Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Development Management Committee of the 10th of April. Just before we start some housekeeping, in case of a fire alarm, we're not expecting a drill today. Please exit the doors of the building and proceed and make your way to the far end of the car park. For those who need them, toilets are outside the door on the left and water is available outside the door on the right. A reminder to everybody that this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate, but unless registered as a speaker, are unable to take part and speak. Can I ask everybody please to either switch off or silence mobile phones so they don't go off during the meeting? Thank you. We are live webcasting today, so can I remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. In terms of how each of the sections will run for the applications, the case officer will present their report. Any objector will speak, any supporter will then speak, any parish council representatives will then speak, and any ward member will speak. Committee members, we've got a feedback somewhere. Somebody's. There's somebody's got something on. It's rather disconcerting.
Someone's got their sound.
That sounds as though that's been solved. Okay, technology is wonderful when it works. Right, thank you. We'll carry on now. For the sessions, at the conclusion of the debate on each application, members will vote and then come to a decision. I'll ask all officers at the top table to introduce themselves. I'm Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the Development Management Committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bernard Taylor, Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Houselander. I'm the Head of Development Management for West Devon, but I'm standing in for Pat Weimer, who has the same role for South Hams today. Thanks.
I'm Charlotte Harrahane. I'm a Senior Planning Officer and the Case Officer for the first application.
Thank you. If we can move on to the agenda. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillors Allen, Abbott and Bonham. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item 1, minutes. We have them. You've all had the minutes of the meeting of the 13th of March. Do members agree that they are a true record of that meeting? Can I have a show of hands, please? Thank you. Item 2, urgent business. There are no items of Chair's urgent business. Item 3, division of the agenda. There is no reason to divide the agenda today. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, do you have any declarations, please? Thank you. Councillor Nix.
I just would like it noted that I sit on Willoughby Parish Council and the agent for the first item.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? No, thank you. We have had the list of item 5, public participation. We've had the list of speakers to be circulated to members. You'll have those. And a section that we always include on the agenda, if I can ask Mr. Fairbairn, please, to take us through making decisions.
Chairman, I'll keep it brief because you have got a long agenda today. But in essence, this is for the benefit of members of the public who may not be so familiar with decision making in planning committees. The committee, as a starting point, must have regard to the development plan, in this case the joint local plan, and any made neighbourhood plan that's relevant to any application, and decisions are to be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. Where there is a tension in a development plan policy, say for example one policy is in favour of a proposal and another policy pulls in a different direction and maybe is against the proposal, then it is a matter of the members exercising a planning judgment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. We'll now move on to the applications, agenda item 6, and if we can move on to agenda item 6A, which is 326524 FUL, 15 Duncombe Street, Kingsbridge, and the case officer is Charlotte Harrahane. Ms. Harrahane, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will just confirm the case officer for this was actually Amy Sanders, but she is off, so I'm standing in for her. So just remember that when I don't know questions. So this application is 15 Duncombe Street in Kingsbridge, and the application seeks change of use to convert a former funeral parlour to 2 residential apartments. So the site is located in the centre of Kingsbridge on Duncombe Street, which is a one-way street just to the north of the main town. The application has been brought to committee by ward members who requested it be considered because of a conflict with neighbourhood development plan policy regarding the loss of employment space and the commercial unit. So just to give members a feel of where it is, it's in a very residential part of Kingsbridge. Most of the surrounding buildings are already residential dwellings. So just some views, you can see the site outlined as a thin red line that outlines the site. So it's adjacent to an existing residential property. Just gives you the residential character of the area, and you can just see the roof appearing over the top there. And then this is the front of the building. So the site is within the conservation area, just to be mindful of that. So the proposed development would create 2 two-bedroom apartments, one on the first floor, one on the ground floor, within the existing building. So there's no change proposed to the footprint, and there are minimal changes to the external appearance of the building, largely changing windows, doors, but using the existing openings in the building. So we have the ground floor here showing flat 1. Sorry, it's quite small. And then we'd have another 2-bed flat above on the first floor. So these are the existing elevations. And then with the proposed elevations, as you can see, as a reference, there's the addition of some solar panels. And then the existing openings would be altered. So a Juliet balcony, the terrace would be more formalised, and there'd be a new staircase out the rear. But there would be no sort of new openings as such. It would just be changes to the existing. So the key issue, the reason that it's come to committee and that there was a concern from the Town Council is about the impact of the loss of employment space through the change of use. So policy KWAC M1 requires that there is an independent assessment that vacant units have been actively marketed and offered at a reasonable sale price for a minimum period of a year. So as I said, a funeral parlour had been operating from the site. The application included information that the business has been winding down over the past few years. It was auctioned and there was no interest from anyone to kind of pursue it as a commercial site. We do have our economic development officers on Teams, so if you have any specific questions about the sort of the marketing and why they don't have an objection to it, they will be able to answer those. But ultimately, we're happy with the information that's been provided, noting the site isn't really in the main commercial thoroughfare of Kingsbridge. It's not in the primary shopping area. It's surrounded by existing residential properties, which would obviously limit any sort of future commercial use. People would have to be mindful of that. The access isn't ideal. There's 2 parking spaces, which for 2 flats is fine, but it might be tricky for a business. And then also we need to be mindful of the tilted balance in providing houses. This would provide 2 flats, 2 2-bedroom flats, which in terms of housing need in the town and the wider district, the town needs flats and smaller units are kind of what we need. We've obviously got tilted balance in favour of sustainable development. We're in the middle of the main town, so access to services, facilities. This is the type of location where we want to promote housing within the district. So that's the loss of employment space. Yeah, so basically we're satisfied that the benefits sort of outweigh the concerns. Something else to bear in mind, as I said, the impacts on the conservation area and heritage setting. The buildings opposite the site on the other side of Duncombe Street are Grade 2 listed. So the application has been advertised as affecting the setting of listed buildings. As we said, there's minimal external changes. They're using existing openings, and actually, as you probably saw from the pictures, the building's quite run down at the moment. So the opportunity to enhance it, bring it back to some sort of life and some sort of use, would enhance the conservation area, which is another benefit. So just to summarise, it's unlikely that the building's going to be brought back into employment use. So although there is a loss of employment space, we feel that that's justified by the benefits to the housing supply and the enhancement of the conservation area. So the application's recommended for conditional approval.
Thank you, Ms Harrahane. Members, any questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you for the presentation. Just really to just ask the questions that have been raised by in the objections. So was there an active, have we seen evidence of an active marketing strategy for a year to bring somebody else in? A single auction may, give a certain reflection, and also there's other points that you've made, but was that specific thing done in terms of their neighbourhood plan? And the second point is that it suggests that the windows being put in are UPVC and it's in the conservation area. So has that been asked to be modified, or is that conditioned as being modified to be more in keeping with the conservation area?
So in the report, so paragraph 9 of the report is a bit more detail about how, so sort of 9, 10, 11 is a bit more detail about how the property was marketed, the price, the sort of the interest. As I mentioned, I don't know if we want to maybe defer to the economic development team that are online to sort of provide a bit more information about why they thought that the level of information provided was acceptable. In terms of the materials for the windows, the application is for change of use. It's not sort of for the operational development. But yes, yeah. So yeah, I can defer to Chris, who's on if you want to hear a bit more about the marketing. Hopefully he's there.
If we can bring in Mr Shears, please.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. So Chris Shears, head of Place and Economy. And yeah, so I don't think that the marketing was any different to sort of other sites that we've looked at that have gone for change of use, where they've tried to do what they can to comply with the policy effectively. So yeah, I don't have the exact information to hand on what they supplied to us when we looked through the application, but I think that it had been marketed, and the auction took place at the end of that marketing period, after receiving no interest over the 12 months that they had been advertising it.
Okay, so you're satisfied that it's compliant with the requirement in their neighbourhood plan, because that's what I just feel is important to have recognition of. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Charlotte, for your presentation. I think this is probably a question for Chris as much as anything else. I mean, the Design and Access Employment Statement gives a list of other properties that are on the market. How's Kingsbridge doing in terms of generally, not necessarily retail, but general commercial or business space becoming available? And I mean, I think the Baker Estates development on the West Elvington Road had some involved. I mean, is there stuff in the pipeline that would sort of counterbalance the loss of this unit?
Yeah, so there's changing trends in terms of what businesses are seeking at the moment, and so I think that the more sort of light industrial estates and things like that, there's high demand for that sort of space. There's lower demand for spaces of this nature where they've got challenges in terms of access and accessibility and other elements as well. So yeah, so there are other sites coming forward that will provide employment space that should meet the current demand in the area. And as you've probably seen, there are a few vacancies in the town centre at the moment as well. And so our focus should be on trying to support businesses to go into those units so that we have a healthy and vibrant looking high street. Although I would say as well that across our towns in South Hams, the town centres and high streets are faring better than the national average at the moment. So.
Thank you, Mr. Shears. Members, any other questions on the officer's report or for Mr. Shears? If not, thank you, Mr. Shears. We will now move on to the speakers. We do not have an objector today to this application. We do have the supporter, Dan Lethbridge, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you.
Good morning, members. I'm Dan Lethbridge from ALA Architecture. We're the agents for this application. The officer report has done a great job highlighting issues with the housing supply, tilted balance, and summarising the comments from the employment consultee. So really, I might be able to just put a bit more meat on the bones in terms of the past use, which might be helpful. Our clients bought the property at auction, so they obviously aren't looking to market it to then try and do something with it. It had been vacant for a while when they purchased it. From the research we've done, the upstairs carpentry workshop hasn't been used possibly since about the 80s. We've run our business in Kingsbridge for 20 years and it's been open and not really used for much since then. The co-op funeral parlour started to wind down in about 2020 with part-time staff, and then they ceased operating there in 2022 before our clients purchased the building at auction in 2023. So although we don't have the specific sort of marketing appraisals, there is a sort of a definite history of the site being vacant now for some years. And so what sort of our clients are looking to do is to try and do something with the building to bring it back to life. We're conscious that it isn't on the high street, it isn't part of the active 4th Street or sort of down by the post office and the Quay in Kingsbridge, which are the primary and secondary shopping areas. So we feel it's a good use for the site to bring in some much needed suitably sized housing and to maintain a building in the conservation area. So we would be very grateful if you would take the officer recommendation and approve the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lethbridge. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Lethbridge? Councillor Rake.
Thank you. I'm a little confused, and perhaps either yourself or Charlotte can help clear this up. Charlotte, did I understand you saying that this was a change of use application? Because, but it comes with a full set of drawings, and the conditions say that it should accord with those drawings. So it looks more, and it's called a full application on the, or am I looking at the wrong sheet? Just want to.
Yeah, no, you are correct. Yes, so it's full application for change of use. But yes, so rather than sort of, extensions and stuff, there are changes in terms of putting the windows in and the Juliet balcony that I referred to earlier, things like that.
Thank you. In which case, I'd pick up Councillor Hodgson's point and that made by the representative from the public about the suitability of UPVC windows. I don't know if you've got any comment about that, Mr. Lethbridge.
Can I just refer? Sorry, I was just checking with Dan, who was working on the project as well with us, who's been in contact with the case officer throughout. There was a discussion regarding the materials of the windows with the planning officer. So if there was something that was felt that a condition in terms of materials would be suitable, then we'd be happy with that. Yeah.
Could we Sarah?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so the materials listed say coloured composite windows and doors, so it wouldn't necessarily be UPVC. But yeah, if members felt that those details were important, we could add a condition requiring details of materials to be submitted for approval prior to installation.
And sorry, just to add, if where we refer to as composite, quite often that might be a timber aluminium hybrid. So you have a colour coded exterior and then a timber window on the interior. That's
Any other questions of Mr. Lethbridge? No? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. We do not have a speaker today from Kingsbridge Town Council, but we have the ward member, Councillor O'Callaghan, if you'd like to.
Yeah,
Thank
do
you.
you want me to speak from here or?
If you can come forward, please.
Okay. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I should say, as housing lead, apart from anything else, I've got no objection to this. I mean, it's a good thing to have housing in a central area, you know, where it's on a brownfield site, etc. There's a lot of one-bedroom, one-person households, so small units are needed, and generally that's a good thing. Although, having said that, these aren't specifically marketed as affordable units, and that's where we have the crisis. So I don't particularly have an issue with the plans in general. It is to do with the neighbourhood plan, and often people work very hard on these neighbourhood plans, volunteers, and they get upset when they feel that they're not being fulfilled. And this is a case in point. And you know, they're being dismissed, as it were, and so they feel that this is what's happened before. Kingsbridge Town Council, they have the Kingsbridge, West Alvington, and Churchstowe neighbourhood plan here, and the particular point in question is EMP1, the employment section. They're not here because they don't feel they've got anything to add to their objections, so have come along as ward member in their stead. And the section is, as you see, the safeguarding of existing employment uses. And employment is obviously very important in a town, as well as some people having somewhere to live, so the two have to be balanced. Hence them putting the efforts into the employment section as well as the housing section and everything else. And it says, as you can see, where a loss of an employment-related site is justified as no longer viable, the applicant must demonstrate through an independent assessment that the vacant unit has been actively marketed and offered at a reasonable sale price for at least a year. And they don't believe that was done. They don't believe there was sale notices put there, and that it was actively marketed. The funeral business wound down over the COVID period, like a lot of things did, and effectively ended in, I think it was the middle of 22. And the auction happened at the end of 23. So that's 18 months, and there seems to be a bit of a black hole. The town council did ask the applicants for some evidence of marketing, and the information was belatedly produced. But they would differ as to whether it has been actively marketed. It also comes obviously under Dev 14, maintaining a flexible supply of employment land. I mean, this is very close to the town centre. It's a couple of minutes walk up the street. And Dev 14 says maintaining a flexible supply of employment land, including allowing a change of use only where the proposal is specifically provided for in the local plan, or there are overwhelming community benefits or no chance of it being used for employment in the future. And you wouldn't know that if you hadn't marketed it actively for at least a year. So, you know, they do feel sometimes that there's no point to making these neighbourhood plans. And, you know, how do you safeguard? How do you safeguard that it's actively marketed? It's not terribly clear. So that's the point that they wanted to make. The other things I was going to point out, the PVC windows, that's already been mentioned, and you had a photo earlier of the site with the Duncan Villa next to it, showing that this is the heart of the Kingsbridge Conservation Area. And the wall, the original stone wall, historic stone wall, as you can see, has been breached. This has been like this for a couple of years. Works have been going on there next door. I would, the question it begs is, we've heard that there's going to be 2 parking spaces, I think, in the front there, and they'll be able to get into the road. But do we know what, are we able to ask what is happening with this historic wall, and how will that dovetail into the parking here that has been mentioned earlier? Can we inquire about that? Certainly residents have been asking the same question. So this is a good opportunity to ask this question to them now. How might it impact the site? So that's really my general point. I just wanted to talk on behalf of the Town Council, really, on the point of the neighbourhood plan, and specifically about the boundary wall, really, here.
Thank you, Councillor O'Callaghan.
Just to comment on the boundary wall, that's not within the applicant's ownership, and it's not within the red line for the site, so it's basically the site next door. So there's nothing that we could require the applicant to do or require the neighbour to do. It's completely separate from this application site.
I think that's a matter that needs to be followed up separately, potentially with the heritage officers. Thank you. Members, any questions of Councillor O'Callaghan?
Yes, please.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor, your lead for housing. We all know there's a need for housing, and would you agree that there's several units that are still empty on the high street? Is there any real need to keep this industrial? And it would fit in, because access for industrial vehicles would be quite difficult, if I remember rightly, down that little narrow road. So it's my belief that the housing are just as important now, because we got empty units within the high street and others that's coming along. So would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's really the issue. I mean, the issue is just making sure that we follow the plans that we have, whether it's housing, employment, just, balance the two. We of course we need housing. As I say, I'm the housing lead, but we also need to make sure that we safeguard our employment units and follow process when we change the use. I'm not against these plans, as I've said, and the fact that they're small units, 2-bedroom units, is a positive thing. Although, as I've also said, they're not specifically affordable, but they will add, to the stock that we have of housing in a positive way. But I'm making a point really on neighbourhood plans generally, and specifically in this case, that we follow process in order to have a flexible stock of employment sites as well as housing sites.
Thank you, Councillor Callaghan. Councillor Hodgson.
What's been raised is about the location of this site in the middle of the conservation area. That house next adjacent, which obviously it shares a party wall with. What is the nature of the windows there? Do you know? Because if we're going to look at this maybe being brought back into residential and being kind of becoming returning, if you like, to being part of an extension of that house, which I assume at some far distant time ago it was. What are the windows made of? Because I'd like to make sure that we don't have something that doesn't look in keeping. I don't really know what the composite windows were that were being referred to. So I just wanted to make sure that we get an understanding, so it sort of returns into looking like part of the residential area in a positive way. Do you know?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're asking planning officer. No, I mean, obviously we would hope that this is, remedied. We don't really know what's going to be happening here. I mean, the planning officer said it's a separate, it's a separate issue. But
Councillor Callaghan, I think if we can, should this come forward, be elected, could we ensure that there is a condition with regard to materials to be agreed, and officers can look at the setting within the conservation area? Any other questions of Councillor Callaghan? If not, thank you. If there are no other questions of speakers, we will now move into the debate on this application. Do I have anybody who wishes to make an initial comment? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I note, sorry, Councillor O'Callaghan's and the Town Council's concerns about making a neighbourhood plan that turns out to be a papier-mâché shield. But I think, and I agree with that, and it's long been one of my concerns about neighbourhood plans, is that they buckle at the first contact with reality. But I think in this case, I'm satisfied that although the application might not meet the letter of the plan, it meets the spirit of it, in that I think that the information we've had both in the application and from Mr. Shears suggests that a commercial use was sought for a period of time, a significant period of time, if not perhaps the full year in the full way. And I think given the provision of employment sites and retail sites elsewhere in the town, that this is a suitable application, and therefore, even at this early stage, I'd be prepared to move that we approve it in line with officer recommendations, subject to the condition. I mean, it looks like the sash windows in the dominant dwelling to the next door to the applicant site, and casement windows in this one, and that I think is indicative of the relationship between the two buildings, and that aspect should be maintained perhaps, but that the materials be conditioned so that it does look in keeping. I think that for me, that's a more significant consideration than whether every line of the neighbourhood plan has been met.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Panel.
Sorry, I invite someone to second my.
I'm prepared to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Panel, and you were next to speak as well.
Thank you. Obviously, I do have some sympathy for the guardians of the neighbourhood plan. I know how frustrating it can be if certain elements seem to be ignored. We have to deal with this one particular case. I'm normally very vocal in support of maintaining employment, commercial and uses for properties that have this, but given the position of this building, it's clear there hasn't been very much interest in taking it out as a commercial end for a commercial business, and I think the restriction on parking only exacerbates that, and people will want to go somewhere where they have more parking and easier access. I think this scheme will help maintain the building and hopefully make it more attractive and a good looking part of the conservation area. So I'm prepared to second.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with the points made. I think I do recognise the impact on the neighbourhood plan, and I would hope that just because this one we're perhaps challenging, going against what the town council has recommended because of the basis of their view on the neighbourhood plan. I think that I feel satisfied that we've got good officers who are doing good investigative work, and if they're satisfied, then I think that should be adequate in terms of meeting that policy. So I don't think we've trashed that policy. I think we've met it, but maybe perhaps not so obviously that before this came before the town council whenever it did. The other point I would just make is that, it might sound flippant and it's not intended to, but actually the closing of a funeral parlour could have a kind of a suggestion that maybe people are living better and well in Kingsbridge. So maybe it should be a positive. But anyway, that's my point. But I will support the recommended proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson, for finishing on a positive note. Can I just say that I don't agree, Councillor Rake, with your sort of describing a paper mache neighbourhood plan, because I think there's an awful lot goes into them, and I think what we're considering here is a fine balance between policies, and there'll always be a conflict there. And I don't think this is driving a coach and horses or destroying the Kingsbridge, West Alvington and neighbourhood plan. I think it is a balance of policies, and I think we will see others coming forward where we may and hopefully will be supporting the neighbourhood plan. But thank you. Any other comments, councillors? If not, we have a proposer and seconder for support of the officer's recommendation of conditional approval on the basis that we have included a condition on materials to be agreed, so that we hopefully can maintain or improve the conservation area. Can I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour? That is unanimous, members. Thank you for your contributions on that, and thank you for members of the public who there, and Mr. Shears as well, and Ms. Harahane as well. Thank you. Thank you. That closes that planning application. We now move on to the second application, which is 039925 FUL at Ivory Bridge Town Football Club, and the case officer is Rose Dugard. Thank you.
Can I just mention as well that the reason this is before you is because we own the land. Otherwise it wouldn't have been brought to committee. The reason it's, yeah, sorry.
We'll just wait for the officer to bring forward her presentation.
Okay, good morning. My name is Rose Dugard. I'm one of the senior planning officers here at South Hams. In front of us today we have the Ivor Bridge Town Football Club for a covered standing area. So you see from the plan we've got the established sports facility and tennis courts, and the yellow area there is where the proposed stand is around the main football ground. There's a plan view for you. So it's a fairly simple construction. It's 15 metres long, 2.1 metres high, and that's concrete with timber supports and a corrugated fibre roof. This sits this is quite small, I'm afraid. And my mouse is not appearing on the screen. So we're here to the north of the pitch, and there is already a seated spectator stand over to the west of the pitch, and some dugouts which were previously approved, which is all detailed in my report. You see here, this is looking at the sports facility, and this is where the proposed covered stand will be. And again, on the picture in the background, it's just here on this flat area. You'll see in my report that previously the internal drainage consultant objected to the application due to insufficient information. The applicants very swiftly provided a drainage flood risk assessment which satisfied the drainage consultant, and they withdrew their objection. And there is a condition, which you'll see at the end of my report, that it will be in accordance with the drainage scheme proposed. And there is an existing storm drain, which runs literally as we're looking at that concrete to the left of the pitch that runs to the River So that's where all the surface water will go. So that's our officer recommendation is conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garb. Do members have any questions on the report? If not, this is before us because of the land. Councillor Panel. Not yet. You will be. We thank you for the presentation. We have no speakers today on this, so we will move into the debate on this. And Councillor Panel, you've already indicated.
Thank you. I've had 50 years experience of standing in the rain watching rugby a few hundred yards up the road from Ivy Ridge Football Club, and I know it can be a very miserable occasion when the weather is particularly bad, so I'm very happy to support this and offer some support to my football colleagues in providing some covered accommodation which will protect them from the worst of the weather. So I'm happy to propose that we grant permission in accordance with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Councillor Hodgson.
I'm afraid you didn't catch my hand before we went into debate. I actually had a couple of questions. And one of them was, it's all right. So I wanted to understand if there's going to be 100 people stand, and obviously as has been said, it will attract more people come rain or shine. Is there a parking implication needed here, or is there good adequate parking? And the second question is, how close is this? Because I don't really know this area very well. Is it very close to the town centre? So if there was a lot of overspill of parking, would that impact? Or is there a good bus service? Or how is it supported transport-wise?
Yeah, there's already, this is providing covered standing. So there already is the pitch itself would fill up with spectators who would stand in the rain, in effect, without this covered stand. There's parking provided. I think you can see. Sorry, it's not actually sharing it full. So there's quite substantial parking as it's already the tennis centre as well. I don't believe that this will have any impact or increase on parking.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to raise.
Apologies, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Panel.
Can I just add, there's also easy walking from the South Hams Council car park in the town centre, just under the A38. It gives you easy access if you want to park there, if there's problems parking near the ground.
Councillor, we have Councillor Oram first, then Ray.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to speak to second the proposal by Councillor Panel to accept the application, Chairman.
I have a list of people coming through. Councillor Rake.
I was going to second the application, but I mean the Council Panel's proposal, but I would just like to add my congratulations to Ivy Ridge Town for making it to the 5th step of the English football pyramid, and I hope that we have many similar applications to look at in the future as they progress.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Dommett.
I was just going to give added context to the parking situation. It is not, so the parking regularly goes above and beyond what is available, and people will be parking on the road, stopping and hindering traffic. But as you already noted, this isn't to increase people coming to watch, it's just to cover them from the rain. So just to answer your question more clearly.
Thank you, Councillor Dommett. Councillor Carson.
Thank you. It's just a question for the officer. You noted that it's close to the river. Is the way of mitigating in the construction phase that the runoff doesn't actually go, the construction waste doesn't actually go into the river?
There isn't a huge amount of construction in regards to this. It's just a small 22 square metre concrete platform for it to sit on. And it's quite, I say when I say it's close to the river, as in the storm drain has easy access to it. There won't be any impact. I mean, I don't feel, in my professional judgment, there's no ecological impact or environmental impact to the river, and I wouldn't imagine any of the construction will have any impact on that.
Councillor Hodgson.
Well, I think actually, I grew up just near Twickenham Rugby Ground. So when I was young, it was just a small shed, a lot smaller than what's on this site. And as many of us will see, international rugby at Twickenham now has been a massive boost to the town. Twickenham was kind of quite quiet, actually. And I think this might actually be quite a surprise for Ivy Bridge. I mean, it might be the economic benefit that we've been kind of having various conversations around that actually suddenly springs new life. So be good, be positive. So yeah, I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. We have a proposer and seconder for this. If there are no other comments, I'd like to move to the vote, please. Can I have a show of hands, please, in support of the Councillor's Office's recommendation of conditional approval? That is unanimous, and thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Garth. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We have a changeover of officers. I'll just take a 5-minute break if members so need. And then we'll move on to the third application. Thank you, everybody. Return to the Development Management Committee meeting and commence with agenda item 6C, which is 407324 HHO Copperfield in Stokenham. The case officer, Elliot James, is unable to present, and we have Peter Whitehead who will do the presentation today. Councillor Panel.
I don't know if other members have had the same, but just to notify that I've had communication from the applicants stating their case in a letter to me. I don't know if other members have had the same. Just as
thank you. I understand that letter has gone out to all committee members. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask, has the planning officer seen that communication?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
Are they speaking?
Are they speaking as well? I think they are. Yeah, they are done.
They are speaking.
Yeah. Can I just say that if that happens in the future, could you, any one of you, or all of you, make sure that you forward it to the planning officer?
Yeah, I've been away and it came in the post, so I didn't see it, so I got home.
Okay, fine. But if anybody does receive something like that, please forward it to the planning so that they're fully aware of what's being said. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. We had a site visit out, yes. Thank you. Thank you. If we can move on with the presentation from the officer, Mr. Whitehead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application for extensions to 8 Grenville Close, Copperfield in the village of Stokenham. As members will be aware, there was a site visit earlier this week. So this is the site. It's in the cul-de-sac known as Grenville Close, within the heart of the village, effectively. This is an aerial photograph of Grenville Close. A number of bungalows wrapping around the cul-de-sac, like so. This is a wider view of Stokenham. You can pick out the public house, the Tradesman's Arms, just to the south, and the green space further to the south of that is the sort of village recreation ground. I believe members went to that during the site visit as well, and I can refer to that in my presentation. This shows the conservation area boundary. So the application site is just outside the conservation boundary. That runs to the south, the southern boundary of the gardens of Grenville Close. Our property is in Grenville Close, just to the right-hand side of that dotted red line, which is a sort of a right-of-way through from Grenville Close to the south. So the site adjoins the conservation area. I should also add it is within the South Devon National Landscape, as indeed the whole village is. This is pretty representative then of Grenville Close. Properties built in the 1960s, 70s, judging by their design, they are all of fairly simple form, bungalow form with rooms in the roof, but of single-storey form in general terms. Uncluttered roofs, not a street scene that's dominated or characterised by dormers or any kind of roof extension. This is the existing property, which is pretty similar to the ones I've just shown you. They're all much of a muchness, simple, as I say, single-storey dwellings, all pretty uniform. Single-storey dwelling or single-storey form of dwelling with some rooms in the roof, flat-roofed extension to the front, flat-roofed or monopitched garage to the side, and a single-storey flat-roofed addition to the rear. This is what is proposed, and I'll show you the floor plans, but just sort of swapping between the two, we are looking at 4 different elements of new development here. We are looking at the front elevation. We have a change to the porch with a single-storey element to the side of that and a gabled roof over the top. We have a flat-roofed dormer to the front on the right-hand side there. And then looking at the back of the property, we have 2 more extensions. A large flat-roofed 2-storey extension or first floor extension, which goes over the top of the existing flat-roofed extension. If you can see the comparison between the two, looking at the top right there. So we are looking at an extension which springs off the ridge and extends out above that flat-roofed addition. And you can see the comparison there. And to the right of that, a flat-roofed box dormer. There are other elements which form part of the development that's proposed. That's the existing site layout, which, as you probably saw on the site visit, moments for the shrubs to the front and rear. What is proposed, in addition to the works I've just discussed, we have a driveway being produced, driveway coming off the road to the front, and some patio and sort of landscaping works to the rear. In terms of the actual dwelling again, we're looking at providing additional accommodation essentially. It currently has a couple of bedrooms at ground floor and a couple of bedrooms in the roof space. The additional space is evident there in terms of additional master bedroom over the top of the flat roofed addition and generally increasing the living space. So these are some of the views of the property itself as it is appreciated. As noted, it's at the head of the cul-de-sac, so the property is visible as you're looking down Grenville Close. That is of note when considering the impact of the proposed extensions, and it is also visible in views from the conservation area through the gap between the Tradesman's Arms. Bottom right-hand side view is taken from the recreation ground. And these are some views of the property at the moment, front and rear. The key issue and the key concern in this case is really relates to the first floor rear extension. As noted, there are 4 extensions to the property in total. Case officer has reviewed all of them. Some of them, in our view, are not harmful and can be accommodated, but it's the combination of the extensions, and in particular the scale and design of the flat-roofed first floor extension and its compatibility with the pitch roof form of the parent dwelling. Our view is that it's discordant and out of proportion really with the dwelling and not a suitable addition to the property. It is visible in the street scene. As you will have viewed on the site visit, you would be able to view it from the street scene to the front, looking down Grenville Close, and it is also visible from the rear. Obviously, we have policies that seek to ensure that extensions are proportionate and sympathetic to the form of the parent dwelling. Again, a higher bar is set in this case because the site is within the national landscape. So the recommendation from officers is for refusal as set out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you. So just in terms of the rear extension, which is obviously the gritty bit here, and then the part on the left hand side when you're looking at it is the much bigger piece. The other one is sort of sits back into the roof, whereas this one comes quite a long way forward.
Mm.
Now I know we had a brief discussion about this on Monday at the site visit, where if that was a kind of a pitch roof, sort of coming out as a pitch roof dormer rather than a flat roof dormer. Would that have been acceptable? I realise it cuts down the amount of space, but what I observed at the time at the site visit was that it's quite an elevated building at the back. It's on quite a slope.
Mm.
And I know it would be a huge piece of work to kind of drop the whole lot down a bit, but there is that potential option in that topography. If it come forward with that, would that be probably a lot more acceptable?
It's difficult to say. I mean, that is not the proposal that is tabled. I mean, and we couldn't accept the revised plans within the context of this application. We would obviously be open to pre-apps on a revised scheme. There is certainly potential to extend this property, but it is the scale and incongruity of that first floor extension that has caused us to recommend refusal.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hodgson, I recognise the questions you've raised, but we are dealing with what is before us, as the officer has said. Just a question, were there any pre-app discussions on this prior to the application coming in, do you know?
Apparently no, I asked the question on Monday, I think.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of the officer?
If I may just say, I did raise that question because I'm aware that the applicant is here and sometimes it's useful maybe to understand a little bit more if it's the first time you've done something like this.
Thank you. Any other questions of the officer? If not, thank you, Mr. Whitehead. We do not have an objector speaking today, but we do have the supporter, Mr. Baldwin, if you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, page 3, please. So the next one. There's 2 back, sorry. Yeah. Good afternoon all. My name is Mark Baldwin and I'm the applicant and homeowner of 8 Renville Close. About us, just a bit of background and context. Young family, Teddy and Benji behind me, so apologies in advance if there's any crisps thrown at my head. Our desire is to make 8 Renville Close our forever home and Stokenham our forever village, both contributing and enjoying the fabric of the community. Caroline, my wife, has recently set up Stokenham Explorers, which is a before and after school club provision care for the children at Stokenham Area Primary School, so the parents can go to work. And I'm a civil engineer and structural engineer with listed building experience and new housing schemes. So we aim to transform the very tired 1950s bungalow into a beautiful, safe, usable and sustainable home. The designs put forward under the application, we feel, achieve this via high quality design, considered materials and the installation of modern heating and eco mechanisms. The house project means so much more to us than simply a renovation. It's about anchoring and securing us to the village and about, you know, raising our 2 boys in a safe environment and where we want to be. Alongside our neighbours, Councillor Julian Brazil, I know wanted to be here, the parish council and design professionals, we feel the designs are of reputable and high standard, offering an exciting and handsome contrast to the conservation area to the south. Would you mind going forward 2 images, please? Thank you very much. We've taken inspiration from local properties. So the one on the top right is just north of Kiln Lane and overlooks our property. And you can see from our property when looking back up north west. And secondly, there's another property north of Bowcombe Bridge, which I haven't got an image of, but is a very large new build with a flat roof of greater mass than ours. Yet it still delivers extremely high quality design and placemaking. In doing this, we guarantee that the townscape and landscape of Stokenham is not only maintained but improved. Also whilst working within the constraints of the plot, such as headroom and internal layout. Over the next several years, the current stock of low-grade quality housing, both in design and usability on Grenville Close, will change ownership. And our project, we feel, will set a high bar of excellence and provision within the area. With then the delivery of sustainable elements, such as an air source heat pump, solar panels, EV charging and rainwater harvest systems, will vastly improve the energy efficiency of the property whilst removing our dependency on oil and other fossil fuels, ensuring the property is not only a home for today, but the home for the future. Could you mind going down 2 slides, please? Oh, that's it, perfect. Sorry, back on. That's it. So here is the image of what we're looking to deliver, and that's one we want you to look at as opposed to the architectural images, which are quite dark with the windows and stuff. That's what we're looking to deliver. And as you saw from your site visit and the other images a couple ago, this is a vast improvement and a much needed one on the property at the moment. We therefore implore you to look at the project holistically and recognise the high quality design standard and the vast benefits the project will bring to the area and selfishly to ourselves. That's it for my speech, and then just finally on a few picked up on a few comments to add in. The images shown on the officer's helpful report, unfortunately quite old. A lot of the houses have been developed in the area. There's one on the top that's up for sale that has done the ridged proposal that council mentioned. By their own admission, it doesn't work. And then our property is currently 2 bedroom. There isn't any usable bedrooms in the ceiling because of the roof height. And our footprint increase is only less than 10%. We're only putting the porch on the ground level. Everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's it.
Members, any questions, Mr Baldwin? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Mr Baldwin. Helpful presentation. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the site visit. I'm just looking at the various drawings. Where are the solar panels?
The solar panels are on the flat roof, on the large flat roof towards the rear, and they were sent to the planning officer when we got those shown following the parish council meeting.
Thank you. And so are they lying flat or are they pitched?
So they'll be on a movable pitched and to lie flat system. So they during the I don't know the technical side of it, but they can be moved up during to receive most efficiency and then back down when needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? No. Thank you, Mr Baldwin. Appreciate that. Thank you. If you'd like to return to your seat, thank you. We should have Councillor Brazil, who indicated he wishes to speak. I don't know whether any other members you've tried contacting him. Right. I think, given position, we'll have a short adjournment to try and locate Councillor Brazil. Thank you. Right, we will now return after that short adjournment. Speaker, Councillor Brazil, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and apologies, I'm going to repeat what's already been said. So initially, I have to say, when I went along to have a look at this application, and I looked at the drawings, and I thought, like, I can absolutely see why the officer is recommending refusal for this. But I didn't. But then looked at a few more angles and shown more of an artist's impression of it. I don't know if we can see the artist's impression of the application. Yeah, there we are. And I thought that gave a much more realistic picture of what it would look like. And also I was very persuaded by the applicant saying that although it was, and it does abut onto the conservation area, and that's perfectly acceptable, that actually this, the sort of juxtaposition between this design, between the conservation area and this application was, I think, quite striking, and in that sense I thought improved it, because to be fair, I think all of those bungalows there are of little architectural merit. They're of they're poor environmental standard. They need modernising, and I thought this would be the start of the houses, of the bungalows along there being modernised. So, in that sense, I thought it was a quite exciting and innovative start to what will be I'm sure will be a progression along there of interesting designs. And I thought also that the cladding improved the look actually of what it was. I appreciate that the bulk of that second story is large, but to be fair to the applicant, they listened to the parish council and their neighbours, who were adamant that they didn't want the ridge height increasing. So you could make it look slightly different by putting a roof on there, but rather than the flat roof. But that would, of course, include increasing the ridge height. And so they listened to the complaints, they listened to the parish council and produce this plan accordingly. I think it will be a, I understand that there's lots of environmental mitigation being taking place, so that this will be an exemplar house as far as insulation, energy conservation are concerned, and will improve our housing stock in the South Hams. So that's the reason why I brought it here. I appreciate that people, that I understand, and I totally get why the officers are recommending refusal. But I just think on this particular occasion, this is an opportunity to start the ball rolling of the modernisation of the housing stock in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Any questions of Councillor Brazil? If not, thank you. Members, we've had all of the speakers this morning. We'll now move into the debate. Can I have anybody to... Sorry.
Sorry, members. Mr. Baldwin mentioned the solar panels he was proposing for on the flat roof. I've just looked in the file and there are no plans indicating where the solar panels will go. So just bear in mind that if they're on a flat roof, they're likely to be angled. So there will be a further impact in terms of the solar panels if they're on the flat roof of the larger extension. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Members, who wishes to commence the debate? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in two minds about this one. I see, I mean, it will be impactful as far as it's, and I'm trying to work out in which direction those impacts will pull. I think that renovation and modernisation is always better from a carbon point of view than demolition and new construction, or it's very hard for it to be worse. And so we should bear that in mind. I take Councillor Brazil's point that these are, with all due respect to the residents, a sort of set of rather tired bungalows of a certain period, and so sooner or later there will be modernisation. We've seen it elsewhere, and it's to be desired. And I think to that extent, this property does set the bar for future. These proposals do set the bar for future modernisation in this area quite high. I think it's largely an attractive design, and therefore has much to commend it. So I look forward to hearing other members' views.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Nix.
Yes, I noted that Stokenham hasn't got a neighbourhood plan, but I just wondered if we know what the housing survey says for that area about housing stock and what's needed in that area. Because obviously we're making this a bigger property, aren't we?
I don't have that information to hand at this very moment, but what I do know is that in general there is a need for smaller houses across the district. I would suspect in Stokenham that probably there are a large number of for bigger properties, but also there will be some smaller ones. So I can't comment specifically on that at this stage, I'm afraid. But generally, we are requiring 2-bed properties across the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I agree. This is a difficult one because on the one hand, apart from anything else, to be honest, it's really nice to try and help a family improve a property. I really get that. I think it's really important to do so. But I do also take into account the sort of sense of proportionality that what would be really good for the people living here, everybody else around has to look at. And that's the difference, isn't it, between what you look out from, where you live, and what everybody else sort of has to, has that different experience. And I think that view that was shown to us, which looked up from the conservation area up into that, but the predominant thing will be that two-storey larger part of the extension on the left-hand side. I think that's the bit that will be peeped at, as it were, through the. And you know, if we want to really try and look after our conservation areas, we don't want other things to sort of like to really jar potentially. And it is about the massing, and I do think, you know, it's as much as I'm often quite confident to kind of maybe suggest that, you know, we should go against a refusal. On this occasion, I'm actually happy to support it, as much as with reluctance, and hope that the applicant will kind of come back to us with something that maybe is in a way more modest, or just fits in better. I mean, I think there's a lot of elements here that work quite well, and certainly the, you know, improvements in terms of, you know, energy efficiency and putting solar panels on. But there's different ways of delivering that, and I think maybe this is the, you know, looking at it from what other people's view will be, is to sort of protect that as well, and protect our special areas.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Powell.
Thank you. I didn't have the benefit of going to the site visit, I'm afraid, and I would have liked to have done that. But there are a couple of things that we do need to take into consideration. We've heard about the family circumstances, but we do have to bear in mind we're considering permission for a building, not for the family. This is a building that we have no control over, who will own in the future, and we have to look at it only in those terms. And I think we'd be making a rod for our own backs if we were to set a principle of saying, well, we don't want to increase the ridge height. I know we've had many applications before this committee talking about the ridge height of buildings, and whether it's acceptable to raise it to a certain extent. If we were to say, well, we're avoiding raising the ridge height by providing a very flat box instead, I think we would find ourselves, as Councillor Hodgson says, in a difficult position in many cases. So I'm therefore content to second her proposal for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Any other comments? Councillor Dommett.
I wanted, well, the presentation that the officers gave of the pictures of the other buildings in the street, I think were very selective of ones that matched them wanting to refuse it. There was a couple of more newer buildings that did have additions and extensions to them. There's also
I think I've just been pointed out, sort of careful with the comments that are being made, because they are people's houses. But I think if you can, I understand where you're going on this, but just be careful with some of the comments that are made.
Okay, there are other examples in the street that didn't come up in the presentation where it has veered away from the traditional bungalow shape. And a lot of those have got landscaping surrounding them, so it's overlooking them or having these different shapes hasn't affected the street scene. That's something that I just wanted to raise.
Thank you, Councillor Dommett.
So thank you for your comment. Clearly, I think, I'm not convinced actually that the photographs were to try to be selective, but they were just wanting to demonstrate that actually, as you come into the close, the property is very visible, and it happened to be that the properties are, you know, as you move down the close, were the same traditional design. And I think it's important for members to know that we're not opposed to this building being extended by any means. And as the case officer said, there are elements of it which could be approved, but we have to look at the scheme as presented as a whole. And I think the rear extension, flat roof, two-storey extension is the main concern that officers have with regard to this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Members, any further? Councillor Rake.
Sorry, can I ask those better informed than me for a bit of guidance in helping me make up my mind? So it's not, I mean, we designate, or a conservation area is designated and stuff is either inside it or outside it. And when that is done, it's known that, like, you can see the outside from the inside. We don't put walls around them. So, I mean, I'm struggling to know exactly what weight. I mean, the conservation area is protected. and what weight one should give to the fact that something is visible from within a conservation area.
Do the officers wish to give some policy context on that?
Yes, so there is an issue with regard in some cases for a conservation area about the setting of a conservation area and views in and out of that conservation area. But in this case, the reason for refusal doesn't mention the conservation area. It's much more about the bulk and massing of the rear extension. So whilst it's part of the presentation, it's not the key issue that's being asked to be considered.
Thank you. Members, any further comments to be made? If not, I have a proposer and seconder to accept the officer's recommendation of refusal. And if there are no further comments, I will take that to a vote. Can I have a show of hands for the officer's recommendation for refusal, please? Thank you. Those against? Right, we have 5 votes for refusal, 4 against, so therefore that application is refused. Thank you, members. As we have the time at 12, just coming up to 12:30, we don't have any further applications before 2 p.m. And I will ask Ms. Houselander to bring forward the planning appeal and the major applications. And can I just thank everybody who's attended this morning for the time that you've spent with us. Thank you. We'll move on to the appeals. And can I say that obviously Mr. Weimer usually goes into greater detail. Ms. Houselander isn't able to do that, but I think if there are any points that come out of it, can I suggest that you sort of look at the appeal decisions themselves and perhaps follow up afterwards, but we'll have the headlines on the appeal decisions.
So, yes, sorry, I haven't had, having to do Pat's job as well as my own in various ways has been quite tricky to get to this. So I've got the headlines, so hopefully that will be sufficient. And if, is it not? Why isn't it sharing? It's saying it's sharing on my computer.
Are you in the meeting?
I'm in the meeting, yeah. No. Am I not?
Not according to that, you're not.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, you get through it, right?
It says I'm in the meeting.
Technology always tends to bedevil us on these occasions.
Yeah.
Okay. Now if you stop sharing. Go back to share again. Share your window. Well, that's quite bizarre.
push, it says waiting to others to join.
You're in the wrong meeting.
Am I?
Yeah, you're in the wrong meeting.
Oh, okay. I'm not in this meeting, I'm in another one apparently.
So go here. Hang on. Go like that. Go to Teams. And go to your calendar.
Oh yeah, it must be. Oh, I think I was in West Devon next week.
You're ahead of your time.
That's a bit keen.
Yes. Ahead of the game.
Yeah, you're in now. Okay, so let's share now. Window. Is it? Which one is it?
That one.
Middle one. That one.
Yeah. Lovely.
Ta-da.
Ta-da! Sorry about that, everyone. Being a bit too keen. Yeah, this appeal 222/24 HHO. That one's not moving. Why won't it move? Oh, here we go. It's a site, Washwalk Mill in Blackalton. The application was for the conversion and extension of some existing outbuildings to be used as ancillary use for the main dwelling. And it was refused on the basis that they were too divorced from the main building to be considered to be ancillary. The inspector agreed with the reasons for refusal based around the fact that he didn't consider that the outbuildings were of sufficient functional and physical appropriateness for to the building and to the main house, and also that it also had an impact on the non-designated heritage asset, which I think is the house. So the inspector agreed with the officers in that case, and wasn't persuaded by the evidence. And in addition to that, the units that they were looking to convert were actually able to be used as independent units. They had all of the facilities, so there wasn't a justification that they were actually ancillary and therefore be perhaps eating with the people in the main dwelling, so they could be operated independently. Okay, that's that one. Oh, there's the outbuildings, sorry. And that was the extensions. In terms of the heritage value, there was a concern that there was a slit window, which I think is this one here, which was original and characteristic of the building, and the inspector felt that the loss of that would be problematic and would impact on would cause harm to the non-designated heritage asset. That one. This one was an interesting one. It was actually a variation of an outline permission for 80 houses in Broome Park, but the actual proposal was very small in that it was just for the. So if you can see around the edge of the development, there's a dark back corridor, and the proposal was to create an access. To create an access from one of the properties, which I don't know which one it is actually. Sorry, I can find out for you. But one of the properties they wanted to create a gate, and in order to be able to keep bees in the. Do you know which one it is?
Well, I know that, but I also know I'm a beekeeper, and I know you don't have to have an access into a back corridor to keep your bees.
Right.
It was completely awful. It was really wrong, the outcome of this.
Yeah. So
you asked a beekeeper.
Yeah. So effectively, we recommended refusal on the basis that it would impact on the back corridor and its function, and also that it would potentially lead to other properties in that locality seeking to extend their garden areas into that back corridor. And obviously the back corridor was designated for a very specific purpose when the outline was granted. The inspector, however, didn't agree with that at all, and said he didn't think a beehive would impact on the back corridor. He also didn't feel that it was extending the curtilage, it was just allowing access to that space. He said about, with regard to other properties, those other properties are not before us at the moment. What he is being asked to consider is that single property and the beehive as a result, and therefore he was content with the application, so he approved the application at appeal, which I think probably we feel is a bit disappointing.
I could just ask, in terms of, I mean, once you've, a beehive is a beehive and it's a piece of your property you're putting on somebody, on no man's land, as it were, or everybody's land. I mean, after 7 years, would that start extending rights to extend the garden into that?
Potentially. That's
because I mean,
it's
these
not
are
a planning.
declared as
It's not a planning issue.
domestic pets, actually, rather than as wild animals. Yeah. I thought it was an extraordinary outcome, actually.
So yeah, quite an interesting appeal decision, and probably not one we would necessarily agree with. Well, we obviously don't agree with it. We refused it originally. The next one is a site called Shearwater. I'm afraid when I looked on the file for this one, I could find the costs decision, which was refused, which is good, but I couldn't find the actual appeal decision. So if you've got any comments or any issues that you want to ask about it, by all means contact me outside of this meeting, and I will answer those comments. The next one, Four Winds, Devon Road, Salcombe. This again was allowed. It was an application to vary the plans and the materials. We recommended refusal because of the massing, details and the very poor quality of the materials proposed. However, the inspector did not consider there was an impact on the character and appearance of the area. He disagreed that the materials were poor and felt that they were appropriate, and he felt that the clean lines of a more modern development were acceptable, and therefore he allowed the appeal, which again is a shame. But there was some talk about the fact that they hadn't used I think there's some slate hanging in the area, which is a bit more commonplace. And he didn't consider the lack of slate hanging as an issue. And he felt that also in terms of the national landscape, because obviously the site is within the national landscape, but he felt that because it was in the built-up area of Salcombe, that he didn't feel that there would be an impact on the national landscape, either in terms of visual appearance or in terms of the dark skies, because he felt that there was already light spill as a result of it being within the settlement. So again, that was approved.
The Southlander being in my ward, I disagree with the inspector wholeheartedly particularly on the materials, and it was changing of windows as well. So there were some quite substantial changes to it.
Well, and also the massing, it just completely doesn't relate to anything else within the setting.
It is quite, the building is quite prominent. So obviously disappointed on the inspector's decision there.
Yeah. Next one is Courthouse, 40 Buckley Street, Salcombe. Again in your ward, Councillor Long.
Yes, it is.
When they were building work was in progress.
Yes, there was, yeah.
Can you make sure you put your microphone on, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Can you put your microphone on, please?
Is this recording?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you want to repeat that?
Yeah, go on.
So I was only to say yes, to just confirm that we went on a site visit when this was originally discussed, and there was quite a considerable debate about the privacy of neighbouring property and overlooking there.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, the application was for a glass balustrade which was transparent, as opposed to the approved plans which showed it as a privacy screen. But the appeal inspector absolutely agreed with us that when he went on site, he looked at it from various angles and from various locations, and felt it was totally unneighbourly in this case. And there was also with this. Is this the right one? No, it's the next one. Sorry. Yeah, so they said they didn't inadvertently put see-through glass as opposed to privacy glass. Anyway. The next one is 1 Roundberry Drive, Salcombe. With lots in your award. This was for the removal of a principal residency condition, which they wanted to well, it was a variation of the plans, effectively, and then for the provision of 2 dwellings, they wanted to add a considerable amount of glazing onto the gable elevation. We recommended refusal on the basis that it was incongruous, and also they wanted to transfer the principal occupancy condition to the existing house, as opposed to the proposed house, which again we recommended refusal for, because there's nothing in the neighbourhood plan which allows for that to happen. And the inspector felt that because the general nature of the dwellings in the area were sort of low-level bungalows, he felt they would be harmfully affected by the proposals. He also felt that the gable fenestration would be overly prominent and uncharacteristic. As far as the principal residency condition was concerned, he felt that there was no policy provision, which is what we'd said, and also that potentially the consequence of this permission would be that they would have 2 consents for the site, and as a result of that, they could choose to implement both to suit their own needs, and potentially have no principal residency on either of them. So it was an interesting one, and probably a good one as far as principal residency concerned. And I think that's it.
You'd guess I was pleased by that decision. For the inspector.
And that's it for the appeals. Thank you.
Thank you. And if members have any sort of questions on those appeals, then you can if you want some more in-depth discussion on that, then that's possible. We move on to agenda item 8, which is the update on the undetermined major applications. And as usual, these are for noting, but if you have any specific questions on them, then you can direct those to the officers responsible for those applications, but they are for noting as normal. Thank you, members. That concludes the sort of business for this morning's session. So therefore, at this point, I will close the morning session, and we will come back for 2 o'clock for the remaining 3 applications this afternoon. Thank you, members. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Development Management Committee meeting, the afternoon session on the 10th of April. Just some housekeeping before we start. Welcome to everybody attending here in person and anybody online. Here, in the case of a fire alarm, we're not expecting a drill. Can you please exit the doors of the building and make your way to the far end of the car park? Toilets are outside the door on the left. Water is available outside the door on the right. Just a reminder, this, excuse me, this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you're not able to take part and speak. Can I ask everybody to please put their mobile phones on silent or switched off so we don't have any disturbance during the meeting? Thank you. We are live webcasting today, so can I remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. In terms of how items are presented for the presentations, for the applications, the case officer, the planning case officer, will present their report. Any objector will then speak, any supporter will then speak, any parish council representative will then speak, and then any ward member will speak. Members, council members of the committee are able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on the application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I'll ask officers at the top table to introduce themselves. I am Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Bernard Taylor. I'm Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer to the Council.
Good afternoon, my name is Jacqueline Houselander. I'm Head of Development Management for West Devon, standing in for Pat Weimer, who is the Head of Development Management for South Hams.
I'm Charlotte Harrahane. I'm Senior Planning Officer and the Case Officer for the first two applications being heard this afternoon.
Hello, I'm Amanda Emerson. I'm the Landscape Officer at South Hams and West Devon.
Hi, Phil Baker, Interim Head of Strategic Planning, South Hams, West Devon.
Thank you for that. We will now move on to agenda item 6D, which is 013725 FUL Galleons Reach, Embankment Road, Kingsbridge. The case officer handling the application today is Charlotte Harrahane. If I can pass over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So this application is for the demolition of a bungalow and construction of a 3-bed 2-storey dwelling with garage and associated landscaping in Embankment Road in Kingsbridge. So the site is along Embankment Road, the main road sort of going out of Kingsbridge. It's accessed as a private lane that serves these 5 dwellings here, and the site is just the second one in. And just an aerial view of the site there. So just some photos, just so members have got a bit of as to sort of set the scene. So the property faces onto the waterfront. It's a bungalow. There are sort of 2-storey dwellings either side of it. So this is the elevation that faces the road. So Embankment Road is behind me there. This is a view of the property from the water. So I've put a yellow line just indicating the extent of the application site. So the proposal was to demolish the existing bungalow and construct a 2-storey dwelling in its place. This is the proposed site plan, largely on the footprint of the existing dwelling. So just for benefit to see what it is that we're talking about. So we've got the existing elevation above and the proposed elevation below. This is the southwest elevation, which faces the estuary. Then we've got the road facing elevation to the northeast. Side elevation to the northwest. So we've got the you can see the dwelling and then the garage behind. And then this is the southeast side elevation. So the application is recommended for refusal for 4 reasons. The first issue is landscape impact, which really combines 2 of the reasons for refusal, which relate to landscape impact and design. So the key policy considerations are local distinctiveness, whether development has had regard to the local pattern of development, the prevention of additional light pollution, which is a neighbourhood plan policy requirement, the preservation and enhancement of the national landscape, and the site, although it is in Kingsbridge, the estuary is actually part of the undeveloped coast policy area, so it is actually adjacent to that. So in terms of local distinctiveness, so as we've said, and as you can see, there are a variety, mostly two-storey dwellings around the site. So the principle of replacing a bungalow with a two-storey dwelling is not a concern to officers. In terms of local distinctiveness and design, I think as there's quite a variety of styles, but as you can see from this photo, the form is quite simple of properties, renders predominantly used. So although there are sort of contemporary elements to newer houses, there's not uniform in terms of design. There is some sort of local character there in terms of the materials proposed. This is just looking back up the water towards the town a bit more. And as you can see, because of the topography, we've got dwellings all the way up behind, and that sort of simplicity and rendered form is really the predominant feature. These are the two neighbouring properties either side. This one is relatively new, and again, we acknowledge there's contemporary elements, there's some aspects of timber cladding, but these tend to be subservient elements rather than the majority material used. And then these are properties to the north, so the other side of Embankment Road, and again, just showing that kind of simplicity in form and the materials palette. So the concern that officers have is really that this dwelling has not had any regard to local distinctiveness. It's been designed in sort of a New England style, which obviously has its place in some locations, but we don't consider that it's appropriate for this location. And so tied in with that is the landscape impact. We've got Amanda here to talk about that in a bit more detail if needed. But part of local distinctiveness is, is it in keeping with what's around, and does that then have a knock-on implication on the national landscape? Members will be aware that the bar for development in the national landscape is very high now. There's the preservation and enhancement, and there's also the furthering the purpose of the national landscape. And I think I mentioned in the report, just to refer members, there was an appeal decision earlier last year or late last year at the Crab Shell in Kingsbridge, which is just up the road, where something as small as a little Pizza Hut was not found to preserve or enhance the national landscape due to its shiny roof, I think it was. I've put in the officer report just what the inspector said about even small-scale development, if it isn't appropriate, can have a detrimental impact on the national landscape. And so for that reason, the lack of local distinctiveness is what's led to the two reasons for refusal recommended, one about the design and one about the landscape impact. So the second issue is the low carbon development. So we've got policy Dev 32 of the JLP. We've got the climate emergency planning statement. So the key kind of policy criteria really seeks the minimisation of resources in development, maximising opportunities for renewable energy, and for demolition and replacement dwellings, the development offsetting the carbon impact of the proposal within 25 years. So this application, the applicant has submitted the spreadsheet that we provide for people to fill in all the details, and then it comes up with the offset period. This is 87.1 years, which obviously is quite some way off the 25 years that the climate emergency planning statement requires. We have got Phil here from the strategic planning team who will talk a bit more about the detail of the carbon assessment in a minute. So also when we're talking about maximising opportunities for renewables, the proposal does include electric vehicle charging, air source heat pump and sort of battery storage facilities. But given this aspect is a south-facing roof, officers would expect to see the installation of solar PV. There are some indicated on the garage roof up here. These sort of little grid lines are indicated on the elevations of solar PV, but then obviously when you look at the side-facing elevation, they aren't actually shown. So at the moment they're sort of indicative, and we wouldn't really be able to rely on the fact that there are any solar PV proposed by virtue of them not being shown on the elevations. Finally, the third concern is really about the housing stock and the scale of the development proposed. Although the number of bedrooms isn't going to increase, the size of the property is going to increase by 64%. So it is already a very large 3-bedroom property, 209 square metres, going up to 344, which when you sort of compare it to national space standards, is sort of double what you would expect for a 6-bed dwelling. So it is, you know, a massive property. Doesn't align with the demographics of the district and the need for smaller units. One of the arguments put forward by the applicant is that the property would be more accessible and kind of future-proof the dwelling. Officers aren't giving that significant weight because it's already a bungalow. And going to a 2-storey dwelling appears to be sort of inherently less accessible. We aren't seeing features that you might expect in a 2-storey accessible dwelling, like a lift or things like that. So that accessibility argument isn't really being given any significant weight. So just to show the layout of what we're talking about there. So this is the existing ground floor plan. You know, officers consider that with some internal rearrangement, this could be made into an accessible home. And this is the proposed ground floor. So we've got the accessible ensuite and bedroom at the bottom. But then, you know, the rest of the accommodation is upstairs. So that's the new first floor proposed. So, as I say, 3 key issues into 4 reasons for refusal. We've got design and landscape impact. So, no regard to the local vernacular. The design, you know, although in isolation, you know, design's very subjective. People might think it looks nice, but it's that additional test of, is it locally distinctive? Is it in keeping with what's around the site? We don't consider it is. That therefore leads to a failure to preserve and enhance the national landscape. The addition of the first floor, there is the potential for extra light pollution over the estuary. In terms of carbon impact, well, I say the 87-year offset is well above the 25-year requirement of the Climate Emergency Planning Statement. There's missed opportunities for renewables in the solar PV on the kind of the large expanse of southern roof. And just the large scale of the building really doesn't comply with, you know, the resource minimisation requirements. Some of the existing building is being recycled and reused. Phil will correct me if I'm wrong, but something like 3 tonnes out of a 50-tonne building. So it's not a great deal. And then finally, just concerns about housing stock. The accessibility sort of argument isn't considered to justify the development, given the starting point that we've already got a bungalow on the site, the significant increase in the size of the dwelling. And whilst, you know, the application kind of details why the applicant wants to move here and their needs, we consider that this isn't the only option, and those needs could be met with a more policy compliant scheme. So the recommendation is refusal. I am just going to, before we go to members' questions, if I can, just pass over to Phil to expand a bit on the low carbon development side of it.
Thank you, Charlotte. Good afternoon, members. I'll try not to repeat anything or too much of what Charlotte's already said, but just for clarity, development proposals need to show how they can be delivered in a way that's consistent with the Joint Local Plan carbon reduction target of 50% reduction by 2034, but also the binding UK target of being net zero by 2050 at the latest, which is written into UK law. And that's relevant now because paragraph 163 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which was adopted in December last year, introduces net zero into national planning policy for the first time. So requirement M5 of the Climate Emergency Planning Statement requires demolition and rebuild proposals to show they can offset their net carbon impact within 25 years. And that coincidentally at the moment aligns with the need to be net zero by 2050. The information that you've seen within the application, which states that the net carbon cost of the project won't be offset for 86 years, which is well beyond the end of the century. So we have very occasionally accepted a small exceedance of the 25-year offset period, and some of you will recognise that in some of the applications you've seen. If it can be shown that the proposal has gone as far as they can to reduce emissions, So that includes the optimum reuse and recycling of existing materials on site and an appropriate scale of design to keep the embodied emissions to a minimum. And there may be other material considerations that justify a small overshoot as well. As Charlotte's already mentioned, the proposal only seeks to reuse around 3.5 tonnes of the existing materials. That's CO2 equivalent of the existing materials on site. So that's less than 10% of the existing building. Emissions reduction also doesn't seem to have been a guiding principle of the design of the replacement building. So it significantly increases the footprint of the building and thereby significantly increases the amount of emissions going into the structure of the building itself. It also introduces an additional floor despite concerns over ground stability. Now, such an approach suggests that emissions reduction has not been a guiding principle of the project. Instead, it seems to have been predicated on taking design and scale cues from adjoining and nearby properties, and the lack of demolition audit or reuse or recycling considerations is significantly detrimental to the way that the overall impact of the project is escalated. The introduction of dormer windows at roof level have removed the ability of the main roof to host a PV system. So despite the favourable aspect, instead a PV system has been added to the garage, despite the risk of overshading from the host building, and it also encompasses a less favourable northwesterly aspect of one of the roof slopes as well. Now, in some of the information that's been submitted in the application, you've been asked to disregard our adopted policies and instead use a number of other comparisons that are attempted to cast the proposal in a more favourable light. Now, there is no basis to do this. We have to apply our adopted policies in a clear and consistent way, in the same way that you've applied them to other demolition and rebuild proposals. I would just add here, though, that any suggestion that a whole life carbon assessment of the proposal, which often that calculates the benefits and impacts of a proposal over 60 years instead of the 25 that we're looking at the moment, that isn't necessarily going to give you a more beneficial outcome, not least because you'll probably be aware that the current government has an ambition to decarbonise the electricity grid within the next 5 to 10 years. So what a whole life carbon assessment tends to do is it assumes that you get the same carbon mix in electricity from the grid now for 60 years into the future. Now, we know that electricity is going to be decarbonised, whereas the assumptions that have been built into a 60-year whole life carbon analysis assume that there is no decarbonisation of the grid, and it overestimates the amount of benefit that you get from a more efficient building. There are also some flaws in the information submitted. I'm not going to go into too much of this, but I think it slightly overstates the benefits of the new building as well. The SAP assessment does assume an entirely southeast-facing PV system with little or no overshading. We've already established that that is unlikely to be the case. The carbon analysis also suggests that the existing property has over 70 square metres of windows and doors at a cost of 5.6 tonnes of CO2 equivalent. But the new property, despite being much bigger, seems to only have 61 square metres of windows with less than half the carbon cost. It also suggests that painted timber windows will have a 30-year service life despite the marine environment, which we know is harsh to timber. So I'm fully supportive of using timber in construction in the right place, but I think that, again, this overestimates the benefits and service life of certain aspects of the structure. There's more I could go into, but you may well have questions about that. I don't want to overdo it now, but I thought it might be helpful for you to have a bit more technical understanding of the specific points that Charlotte's raised.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Are there questions to Charlotte or Mr. Baker? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Charlotte and Phil. Charlotte, can we go back to the first river view, please? I just wanted to check a couple of things about slides. Are we to understand anything from the red arrow on that view?
No, sorry. So the red arrow. So this image I've taken from the design and access statement submitted by the applicant, and that red arrow was them indicating that the property next door is currently being worked on. Yeah, I couldn't work out how to get rid of the red arrow. That's why I added the yellow line. So we're looking at the yellow line property, and the red arrow is the neighbour that I showed later that's got the timber dormer.
Thank you. I just want to, as always, make sure I understand what's going on. And if we could skip forward a couple of slides. That one. Ooh. For instance, or on all of these, Could you just assist in explaining how we're to interpret the green and red lines on the ridge height?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, it's a bit small. So the green line is the proposed ridge height of the dwelling, and the red line is the highest ridge height of the adjoining property. So those lines serve to show that the ridge height of the dwelling would be slightly lower than the neighbouring property.
Thank you. That's me done, Chair.
The red dotted outline is the existing dwelling as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of Ms. Harahane or Mr. Baker? You're all satisfied with the comments? Right, thank you. If there are no other questions, we'll move on. There's no objector speaking today, but we have the supporter, Rob Adams. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes.
Okay, so slight disadvantage on the technical side of this equation, in that I'm an architect. We have employed Mesh, an extremely reputable company who have advised us on this, and their advice is very firmly, sorry to contradict your expert, very firmly that the replacement dwelling will be a far more sustainable future for this site. You can see on the left of the graph, that is the existing building and the sort of energy consumption it uses, and if carried on without any alteration, that could be the answer. The middle section of the graph is improved existing building, something similar to the house next door, which has been dramatically extended upwards and sideways. And then the final section is a graph of the proposed building. And their advice, if you read their 14-page report, an extremely expensive report, it wasn't commissioned lightly, is that there is absolutely no question that the replacement dwelling is the best way forward. Added to this, there is a huge complication. The existing development has structural problems. And there is in our application there is a report from PCA structural engineers which says the major works have to happen to the existing building, including some new underpinning of the foundations. Alongside that, we recently discovered the present building has a rising damp problem as well, which means there's no DPC. Now these things can be fixed, but it really is another problem with the existing building. So I have to take advice from the experts, and the experts are saying it's contradicting what we were saying, and things like the solar panels on the garage roof, it is now quite acceptable to have solar receptors that don't need to face due south, and it was felt that they aesthetically to cover the front elevation with shiny PV would not suit, and we decided the garage was the best place to do that, and that would be close to the batteries that can be housed in the garage, the whole scheme. But if that was the major issue, we can, I'm sure, provide PV cells on if that was a conditional, that we could provide PV on the south facing facade. I really want to go back to my client, octogenarian, downsizing from a house in the Kingsbridge area. She wants to live in Kingsbridge. She wants to have an existence in her own home where she can provide for good facilities for a carer, and her family that are distributed around the country and abroad can come and stay with her in this very nice location. That seems a very, very simple ambition, and the house has been designed to suit her needs. She's been used to paned windows, she's been used to slightly more traditional building, and she feels comfortable in that environment.
Mr. Adams, you've used your 3 minutes.
Oh dear.
I've got 3 pages. 3 minutes is not that long.
It's not very long. But I think the slides that I've put up, hopefully you've all had a chance to read them, but the pertinent points have been put in those slides, and how the policy can be interpreted in different ways. And there is the final slide is and we place the building in the location. You want to get rid of me now, don't you?
We'll move on and see whether some of the members have questions for you. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Adams on this application? I'm seeing. Sorry, Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mr. Adams. I'm noting, for instance, that, I mean, puzzled by looking at the MESH report, and that reduces the carbon impact of on the whole life analysis by including PV, but in the case of improving the existing house doesn't show any PV added, which presumably, you know, would be part of any rational improvement. So I'm just, I mean, it feels a bit skewed. I don't know if
could I enlighten you on that? So
that's why I asked the question.
We did the form very simply. It's a very straightforward form, and it serves purpose in certain instances. It was clear to us that by that stage we'd got the PCA report. So working at making that graph or that spreadsheet, we could have done all these things, like add PV cells. We could have put in all the things of the added installation and the works to the existing building to make it better. But that that would be the middle graph in the further on in the same report. It would get you to that situation, but it doesn't get you to the best situation, which is the right-hand column. I'm sorry that I think that filling in that box and keeping that in the presentation is actually is very distracting to the committee. It could be worked on, I think, to get close to the 25-year, but that by that time we were looking in a different direction and could see the benefit of the different direction. So didn't focus on getting that. You've got to read the 14 pages as a whole. You can't just stop at page 4. Is a conclusion there.
Thank you. Any further questions of Mr. Adams? No, I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Right, just press again.
We do not have a speaker from Kingsbridge Town Council, but we do have one of the ward members, Councillor O'Callaghan.
Thank you. Yes, thanks very much. I just wanted to bring this before the committee so that they could hear what the applicant's architect had to say, as well as what the planning officers have said this morning. And you know, I'll leave the committee to consider. It's obviously quite technical. Leave them to consider that. I don't have any firm views on that. I mean, you know, we're told the scale of the building does not comply with resource minimisation, for example. I mean, it is 64%. It is a big increase, but it is quite technical. On the design itself, you know, the large glass windows, of which there would be 3. The suggestion is that it could be light pollution from those first floor windows, but there are evidently lots of other windows already there from other houses, so that I'm not sure that's necessarily a factor. You could introduce lighting, which would help combat light pollution. I don't think the windows are necessarily bigger than the windows which are around it. So that's as regards design. The town council, for example, it has approved it, subject to external lighting being appropriate. There are a variety of styles around. This was it New England style. I mean, in one of the pictures you showed earlier, photos, the wide shot on the far left, you've got the moorings. Yeah, that one you see there, just in the far left, you've got a large block of sort of apartments with turrets and goodness knows what, a bit of a monstrosity, that one. So that is quite a variety, not including those which I suggest perhaps shouldn't necessarily have been passed, but a lot of these things are quite subjective. And so I'm not sure. I mean, I don't necessarily reject it as being not in keeping. It is, of course, in the very sensitive triple SI national landscape area. There were complaints from residents about the ridge height. We've established the ridge height of this will be lower than a neighbouring properties, so I don't think that would be an issue. Would it be incongruous? I will leave that up to you to look at. The windows, I suppose, the landscape officer had said that they could be reduced in size. I can't see that they're particularly large. So they're just some thoughts, and I just wanted you to look at this one because it has a number of issues which are debatable. So I'll leave you to debate them, and if you have any questions for me, please feel.
Thank you, Councillor O'Callaghan. Members, do you have any questions of Councillor O'Callaghan? If not, thank you. That concludes the presentations. We'll now move into the debate on the application. Do we have anybody who wishes to commence comments on this? Councillor Rake.
Taking over from Councillor Abbott as kicker-offer-in-chief. So for me, the second, I think it was, reason for refusal, that the carbon performance of this proposal is essential. I mean, we have these policies precisely to change behaviour. That's what they're there for, and that's what we should do in applying them, or seek to do in applying them. And I mean, and as Phil helpfully said, this is not just us going off on one. This is national legislation as well, and the National Planning Policy Framework. And I think that, I mean, I heard Mr. Adams, I take face value the fact that the existing building needs potentially structural work or has structural issues that need addressing, but nevertheless, I think this falls so far beyond the target of carbon reduction in the 25-year framework that I really, even if I gave it less weight than I'm personally tempted to do, I can't see how we could go against the officer recommendation on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm all for a property or a development having its own distinct, diverse take on a particular area. But this development seems to sit entirely on its own, without paying sort of the due homage, if you like, of the community around it. So that concerns me. We've discussed the excessiveness of the design. We've heard about the excessiveness of the carbon footprint. The housing stock issue, which is a genuine issue, especially in that part of our district. Light pollution issues, and of course objections from landscaping and not being entirely coherent with the NPPF and the JLP. So that's quite a shopping list. And frankly, Chairman, I think I've heard enough. And I would be, at this point, minded to propose refusing this application based on the officer's recommendations as per.
Thank you, Councillor Oram. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to kind of join in the clamour here on the key points that have been raised for refusal. In terms of the actual design facing onto the estuary, which obviously is an important view, I think the scale of the features in the frontage sit okay. I mean, I take the point about it being large, but there are large buildings around, so I don't think it's completely out of scale in that one. So, I mean, that's not really my key issue, but certainly the additional glazing within that, I think, is likely to have an impact. I think it's very disappointing that there hasn't been any attempt to put PV on those front facings, which could easily have been. When you can get integrated tiles now, you don't have to have imposed solar panels on the roof. You can have integrated roofs, which don't have that sort of shiny finish. So it could easily have been included. And I think it's the fact that it is so wide of the mark that we're aiming for in terms of making a replacement to actually, make a contribution to reducing our carbon footprint. I think it's it doesn't have enough merits to actually allow it to sort of slip through. So I feel that we should be supporting refusal from the officer, and I hope that anybody listening into this will think about how they can do those things, because they can be very subtly done, these introductions in terms of carbon footprint. It doesn't have to sort of suddenly give you a square box with a solar panel on the top. It can be, it can have a lot of really nice features. It's all there to be done. But it's about sort of starting from that point, not adding them on at the end, which I think is when people mess up, because they think, we'll just put a couple of solar panels on. I'm not saying that's what's happened here, but I think it's very integrated and intensive if you really want to make the difference to actually reduce the energy impact of a building in its construction, let alone what it might deliver as a building into the future. So I think it misses on both those points, this time. So yes, I support refusal.
So are you formally seconding?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, any further comments? Councillor Panel.
Just to say that quite often I've been disappointed to see the landscape team haven't commented on things which I think are quite sensitive, particularly in waterside areas, but they have objected very strongly in this case, and I think we need to take note of that and pay heed to it.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. I will pass comment myself on this. I think we've seen reasons for the works being required, and I think we can look at those and sort of, some of them are very fair and reasonable. The design with some may be seen to be subjective, but for me, as has been said by members, the gulf between the views on the carbon M5 requirements and delivery is far, far too sort of excessive. And I think that needs to be addressed, and people need to be quite clear that we have these requirements and they need to go and consider and have conversations, debates, and I don't know whether there were, to see what could be done on this through pre-apps, particularly on this area, because this is key and I think important for not just for this authority, but for everyone, that there is acknowledgement on this. So for that reason, I could not support this application. Are there any other comments? If not, we have a proposer and seconder to accept the officer's recommendation of refusal. I'll take it to the vote. Could I have a show of hands, please, for refusal? Yep. Members, that is unanimous, and therefore that application is refused. Thank you, members. Thank you for those who attended for giving the presentations. We now move on to agenda item 6E, which is application 408624 FUL, Springfield Farm Shop, East Charlton. The case officer is again Ms. Harahane, and if I can hand over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I promise this is the last you will see of me today. So this application is Springfield Farm Shop at East Charlton. It's the provision of a temple.
Ms. Harahane, can I please ask you to delay? This councillor panel has had to leave the room. Apologies. I didn't see him. Apologies for that. I will ask you, Ms. Harahane, to start again. Thank you.
Thank you. So this application is Springfield Farm Shop at East Charlton. The proposal seeks the provision of a temporary occupational workers dwelling for the applicant who works and is part of the farm shop business. So some of you were at the site visit on Monday, so you are probably all familiar with the farm shop. It's sited between Frogmore and East Charlton. As you can see from the map, we would be considering this as isolated development in the countryside for obvious reasons. And here we've just got the aerial view showing the shop. So the application is recommended for refusal for two reasons. Firstly, landscape impact, and again we've got Amanda here to talk a bit about that. Failure to preserve the national landscape. We're also in the undeveloped coast. And the second reason is about whether or not we consider that an essential need has been provided for the business to need a dwelling. So the dwelling, I call it a dwelling. The dwelling itself is a mobile home, fairly standard. We don't really have any issues with that in itself. It's fairly typical mobile home structure. So as I say, the first issue is landscape impact. So really heavily protected location. As I've said, we're in the national landscape where, as I mentioned previously, we've now got very, very high degrees of protection and duties to preserve in legislation and all tiers of planning policy. We've also got the undeveloped coast, which has got similar protections. And then just generally the landscape character is a rural countryside location. So just so members get their bearings, this is taken from the car park as you go into the farm shop. The mobile home would be sited behind the farm shop, so there's an existing hard standing sort of private car park area. That red arrow, so this silver car is quite a helpful frame of reference in photo. So this is roughly where the mobile home would be sited. So just to give members a view, again, you can see the silver car just at the edge of the shot. The views out from the site, it's a very sort of open, elevated position. The character of the surrounding area is extremely rural, extremely undeveloped. Views down to the estuary. There's a public footpath that runs along the bottom of this field. And just some more views because it was a nice day. Some nice photos. And then this is looking back along. So the shop itself is to the left of the screen. So there's a little cafe seating area. And again, just really trying to get a feel for those of you that weren't there on Monday, just kind of how rural and open this site is. So one thing that we want members to be mindful of is that part of the proposal includes landscaping enhancements to kind of screen or mitigate the impact of the mobile home. We just want to draw members' attention to the fact that when permission was granted for the farm shop in 2014, a hedge bank was proposed along this southern boundary as screening. There was a condition applied that said that the hedge bank had to be installed in the next planting season and then retained, maintained, replaced if damaged, things like that. This hedgerow was never actually put in, as you can see on this photo. So a hedgerow should have been planted along here. So whilst a new native hedge bank is proposed here now as kind of enhancement and mitigation, officers don't consider that that really can be considered to be an enhancement of the existing scheme because it should have already been in place. We do acknowledge there's an additional hedgerow proposed now to the further south, but due to the topography which slopes down, we don't think that that provides adequate screening or sort of mitigation against the harm from introducing domestic character into the site. So obviously at the moment we acknowledge the farm shop building is there, it's a timber building, it's not an insignificant building, but obviously the nature of a shop is very different to the nature of residential development. Residential development, you have people there at night in hours of darkness, so you would have lights on where you may not have that in the shop, which closes at the end of the day. You've also got, although it's a mobile home, it's not a massive dwelling, you still then get that residential paraphernalia, garden furniture, washing lines, things like that. So it's just really intensifying that use of the site for prolonged periods of time in an area that, as we've said, is valued for its special qualities, its undeveloped, its natural character. So the second issue is occupational need. So as I said at the beginning, it's isolated development in the countryside. Clear question in the JLP and the MPPF is there an essential need for a worker to live at or near their place of work? So there's kind of two tiers. So you ask that question. If the answer is yes, then can this need be met by existing housing stock? So officers don't actually consider that there is an essential need for a worker to live at or near the place of work. As we said, it's a shop, it's an established business. Typically, when we're looking at rural workers' dwellings, it's most common. We see a lot of agricultural workers' dwellings. For example, a farmer might need to be near livestock or are trying to establish a business. That's not the case here. There's been no indication within the submission that the dwelling or the mobile home is needed to maintain the shop's viability or to improve the business. The planning statement says it's a well-established local business. It's doing well. So we don't consider that there is a need for anyone to live or work near the site. It's also not clear, based on the fact that it's an established business, I think it's been in operation since 2017, why temporary permission is being sought. There's no real explanation as to why 3 years. There's no sort of explanation as to why that's being sought. So the key issues, we've got landscape impact, as I've said, introducing a domestic character to an inherently rural setting, intensification of use compared to the shop site by virtue of someone being there all day, say having lights on at night, things like that. The failure to preserve the protected landscapes as a result of this, and the sort of limited weight given to the enhancement proposed, given that it should already be there. And in terms of occupational need, as I've just said, there's no evidence need for a dwelling to support the business, which is the key test in the MPPF and the JLP. And as a result of that, we don't consider that it meets the test for development in the countryside, particularly in isolated locations. And for that reason, the application's recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Ms. Herrahang. We have Ms. Hermson here from Landscape Officer, if you have any questions. Members, do you have any questions on the application and the presentation? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, this is for Amanda. How do we follow up on landscaping? Because obviously the first application should have had landscaping and it didn't. Now, has this come up just now because we're actually coming to another application rather than having a way of following up?
Yes, is the answer. Having gone to the site to have a look in relation to this application, it became apparent that that first scheme hadn't been implemented. Yeah, we could. But it's a planning issue, really, rather than a landscape specialist one, if you don't mind.
In an ideal world, yes, we would have officers going out checking that all the conditions have been complied with. Obviously, we're not in an ideal world. We are reliant on people reporting breaches of condition or things like that, or as in this case, subsequent applications coming in and us look. It's really just a matter of we don't have capacity to be going out checking that all applications have been, dealt with in terms of their conditions.
Can I just add to that? But in cases such as this, when we do find out, we can take action.
So does this give us a reason to get ourselves concerned about this application? As in, although there's something in there to do landscaping, because the last one wasn't done, is that a concern?
I think in terms of assessing the application, I think, as I said, we wouldn't suggest that the enhancement of that first hedgerow is considered as an enhancement because it should already be there. So in terms of this application, I don't think we say, oh, it's fine because there's going to be a new hedge. Although, as I say, there will be another hedge that's lower down. I mean, hopefully the fact that it's been discussed, and if it were to be approved, the applicant might be a bit minded to do that landscaping. But again, it really would just be reliant if it's something that members thought was important, or it would just maybe be something that we would have to be a bit more careful to keep an eye on, to be honest.
Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just a quick one. Question that perhaps Mr. Fairburn can help me with. I was under the impression that, as a general rule of thumb, any previous applications and/or conditions don't carry any weight on an application that we're looking at today, or does this have different circumstances based on something different? Can you just clarify that small print for me?
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, the planning history is a very material consideration, because ultimately there should be a degree of consistency between decisions. So yes, the planning history and previous applications is very much a material consideration.
That's perfect. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Hodgson.
Had the hedgerow been installed and now grown, would this have affected the current application?
We'll let Amanda chip in afterwards, but I think it's worth noting that when the previous condition was applied, the reason given for that condition, sort of verbatim, was to avoid significant harm to as was then AOMB. So that, to me, suggests that even if that hedgerow was improved, there's still an acknowledgement that there was some harm, because it was very clear it was to avoid significant harm. I think what we need to bear in mind is that since that decision, because obviously it was 10 years ago now, we now have the introduction of the undeveloped coast policy area, which gives another level of protection. We've got the enhanced duty that I seem to have referenced a lot today, where we've got to give much greater weight to the preservation of the national landscape. So, as I say, I'll get Amanda to chip in, but I don't think that hedgerow in itself would have resolved the concerns in terms of landscape impact, even if it was already there.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to that, I would just encourage you to consider the fact it's not just whether or not the proposal that we currently have before us is visible, but it's also about the impact of the character of the landscape in terms of that additional domesticity being introduced to a site that is currently just a farm shop site, used during sort of normal working hours. So it's a character issue as well as a scenic one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dommett.
Aren't there residential dwellings in the field next door?
This is the aerial view, so I think any residential dwellings are quite relatively far away.
So it would have been left to that image that I saw them when we were on site.
Yeah, so 2 fields over, there are 2 there, yeah.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Fairbairn was admirably concise in his reply to Councillor Oram, but perhaps a little too much so. Obviously, planning history is a material consideration. I thought underlying Councillor Oram's question is the failure to comply with a condition in an earlier application a material consideration? Sorry.
That is a little more difficult. The answer is probably no. And I'll leave it at that. I'll be concise.
Members, any further questions? I think we've had the sort of comments from Ms. Ermson on the landscape, so I don't think there's anything additional to say beyond what has been said. Thank you. If that's the case, we will now move on. We do not have an objector speaking today, but we have the supporter, Amanda Burden. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for attending the site meeting to the site of Springfield Farm Shop on Monday. As you know, that's a family business owned and run by the Tucker family, with Sophie Tucker managing the shop, which opens 7 days a week, offering a butchery counter, selling meat, an array of vegetables produced by the Tucker family, together with a variety of local produce, and also acts as a village shop to many. As you saw when you walked around the shop, there's a considerable value of produce within it, including meat and alcohol, and having on-site presence to provide additional security is important. However, it is more the functioning of the business that involves the deliveries to the farm shop at all times of the day and night that requires an on-site presence, to receiving goods that are often delivered very late at night or as early as 3-4 o'clock in the morning. The location for the proposed temporary dwelling has been chosen so that it is within the confined yard area surrounding the farm shop, and therefore is in a cluster with the existing building. The temporary dwelling cannot be placed immediately behind the farm shop. As you saw, there is a refrigerating unit there, and that's where all the deliveries come to the back of the shop. The site chosen is well below a large green earth bank and will not be visible in the wider landscape due to the bank on the west side and the existing farm shop building on the east side. The application is supported by a comprehensive landscape scheme which includes further shrub and tree planting to filter views of the proposed farm shop, together with an orchard to the west. It is also proposed to create a new native hedge following the line of a former field boundary, which is shown on the 1880 first edition map. Frogmore and Sherford footpath 56 crosses the field below the farm shop and therefore provides pedestrians the opportunity to get takeaway food, as well as providing sustainable access to this site. The applicants installed the grass bank around the perimeter of the farm shop to join the boundary hedges, allowed these banks to settle, but did not plant them, as they received comments from local people that they much enjoyed the view offered from the front of the farm shop across the adjoining field, but they recognise that they need to do this full landscaping scheme as part of this application. We acknowledge that this site is within the undeveloped coast and national landscape, but this comprises a confined site with a low-level agricultural style building, and the proposed mobile home will be low-level also, being just 3 metres to ridge. It will be clad in timber with a dark grey roof and will sit comfortably next to the farm shop, which has a ridge height of over 5 metres, and therefore is not dominant and visible in this wider landscape. A southwest water main runs along the northern boundary of the hedge, meaning that nothing can be constructed within 2 metres of that pipeline. The proposed mobile home will be connected to the existing water treatment plant that serves the farm shop, and a surface water soakaway will be installed, and there's no objection from hot drainage, and it will be connected to the PVs that are already on the farm shop roof. It is confirmed that there is an essential need for this on-site presence to run this busy farm shop business, which accords with DEV 15 and TTV 26, that provides a community with a well-stocked shop from local produce and reared on the farm, the Tucker's farm, in the A&B. And we therefore very much hope that members will support this application for this very modest 90 square metres temporary agricultural workers dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Spot on. Done it before.
Members, questions? Councillor Nix?
Yes, thank you. I was going to bring up the thing about temporary earlier, and you've just mentioned it again. Why is it a temporary structure? Why not go for planning for a permanent one?
So the policy has always been that if you've got, if you go for a new dwelling to serve your business, it's always served initially by a temporary dwelling. So that's what it has been for agricultural dwellings, for rural workers' dwellings, and that's the route that we always follow. Yeah, that's it really. So, and to cluster it in that farm shop yard.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes, good afternoon. Why do we need security now when it's been open for all this time? Is it something that's cropped up just recently? I mean, I can understand security on these things, that we've been through it times before, but considering it's been there for a long time, has there been a problem or?
There's been several attempts of thefts. That's one thing. What the applicants did when the farm shop was first there, they put a lock on the gate and had it key coded, and there was nightmares because the delivery people were ringing at all times of the day and night, and Sophie, the applicant, would travel 2-3 o'clock in the morning to be able to do that because delivery drivers want the site to be open. The site's therefore left open. That then causes issues. There's been police presence because people were using the car park for non-salubrious activities, and therefore they want to keep it, if that's politely put, they want to keep it locked and secure. So there's a whole combination of them. So it has been running, but it just keeps growing. There's more deliveries from local people. I think the bakery comes at 4 o'clock in the morning. The milk comes at 4:30. There's delivery drivers that come at midnight. And it's just keeping an eye on that, and the amount of stock that's in that shop is vast, as in the value of it.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson?
Yeah, my question was on security as well. I recognise that, so that's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dommett?
Can you confirm then that it's a long-term goal, not just 3 years temporary, that it would then be coming back as a planning application to have residential there long-term? And then second question, if the resident is going to be there for the safety of the site, is the resident capable of dealing with that?
So to answer your first question, then the normal route would be a temporary dwelling would often lead to a permanent dwelling, and that would probably be in dialogue with the local authority, whether that is retention of the temporary, whether it's a replacement dwelling, or where it might be sited. That's a bigger question. With regard to the management of the site, the applicant, so Sophie is the lady you saw on site the other day. She's working all the time. Her brother's here, who's the butcher, Alex. So it would be Sophie that's living in there. She's the one responsible for the 11 o'clock, midnight, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning activities. And she just needs to be there to make sure that it is secure. Now, hopefully an on-site presence will also give that prevention, knowing that somebody's there. So I'm sure she can do a good left hook if she needed to, but I don't think that's what you meant. Sorry.
I don't think that's a material planning consideration. Members, any other questions?
Yeah, can I come back?
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, you did mention about deliveries. I understand about the bread and the milk, but does the rest of the material, most of it, the beef, the vegetables, comes off the farm anyway? So why does that need to be delivered at 1 a.m., 2 a.m.?
It's just the delivery routes that they grow a lot of their own vegetables. They grow parsnips, carrots, calabrese, cauliflower, cabbages, potatoes, all locally, but there's other deliveries of other vegetables, because you saw inside, I think the produce that's grown in the local community and on this particular farm is vast, but they also stock everything for a village shop, so you can get your shampoo and you can get everything else, and those delivery drivers do, we see Morrison's, don't we, at 3 o'clock in the morning going to deliver in Morrison's, and it's the same kind of thing. But they do. It's all local, small local businesses that go on their rounds.
Thank you. Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of my questions have already been answered, but the subject of lone working is sort of a red flag for me. If you're putting somebody on site as a deterrent, what happens if that goes wrong? So that's playing on the back of my mind with that. But also, while I've got the floor, could you comment on the landscaping on the area that hasn't yet been fulfilled as a part of the previous application? If you comment on that for me, please.
So the lone working, so I mean, Sophie does have a partner, so it would be her and her partner. She's the one that works in the shop. There's 3 Tucker siblings. Sophie is there. She's the one that actually is the manager of the shop, and Alex, as I said, is the butcher. They all work, long hours there, but there would be 2 of them. So that's all I can say on that, probably. With regard to the landscaping, I did speak to Sophie and the team about the landscaping when we put the application forward, and the comment was they built the bank and you let the bank settle for 6 months when you've built an earth bank, because you can't plant it until it's settled. And the farm shop was open by then, and all the comments from people sat on that little terrace, well, amazing, what a lovely view, hope you're not going to plant it. And they just haven't planted it. We acknowledge that. I put that in my speech before it was mentioned here. But we acknowledge that, it is a sensitive landscape. We need to contribute. We got Green Earth landscape consultants to do this landscape plan. The hedge at the bottom, the one that says number 3 along the bottom, that is the site of an old hedge line in 1880, because this one field was a number of smaller fields. So they're going to put that hedge bank back in. They're going to plant an orchard to the west. They're going to do copse and shrub planting, and they will plant it. And people will have to have their coffee looking at the hedge, and they'll have to stand up to look at the view. But they will be doing it, because I will, make sure.
Thank you. Councillor Panel.
Yes. You've explained the reason for why you feel that there's a need in this particular case, the time of deliveries, etc. Do you think this would apply to every farm shop that we consent? Because is there any difference between this and other farm shops, or are we going to be in the position of every farm shop we agree to, the owners asking us for permission for someone to live on site?
I think probably, as the planners would tell me, if I tried to use a precedent as an example, would be every application gets determined on its merits. This farm shop certainly has had issues and therefore needs somebody on site, and we'd have to see what comes out of the woodwork. But the policy is for rural workers' dwellings, occupational dwellings, and the occupation of workers in the countryside is quite varied. And there are more farm shops come through the woodwork in the last few years, probably. There only used to be a few across the South Hams, but now there are several. But I can't answer that, sorry.
Thank you for that response. Members, any further questions of Ms Burden? No.
I just thought it might be helpful for me to just expand on some points that members raised. So firstly, talking about security issues. That's not a material planning consideration, because there are other means of security, so kind of cameras, alarms and stuff. So just to make members aware of that. Also, which I should have mentioned when talking about delivery times and routes and numbers, there is a condition on the shop that says that 75% of the produce and the items sold from the shop have to come from the local area. So the proportion that will be coming from further away shouldn't be more than 25%. Councillor Nix asked about temporary permissions. Just as Amanda said, normally you start with a temporary permission, and then if that's going well, you come in with a permanent permission. But just to clarify, that is usually for kind of establishing businesses, and that's why it's temporary. So if the business is doing well after 3 years, you permit it, but if it's not, which, as I sort of said, is slightly different in this case. And finally, if members have got sight of the planning statement submitted by the applicant, it does detail the applicant's movements, and that she arrives at 6, usually leaves at about 5. So just a bit of clarity there.
Thank you. If there are none other, thank you. We don't have anybody from Frogmore and Sherford Parish Council, but we have speaking Councillor Rake, due to the local ward member having declared an interest. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if I should also declare an interest, given that I'm going to have to take my insalubrious activities elsewhere if this goes ahead. But as you say, I inherited this because Councillor Lawford, I think, knows the applicant. And so perhaps I brought it before committee through an abundance of caution, but it reading through the documentation, it seemed at first sight that there was a lot of noise and perhaps less signal. A lot of the comments and analysis on all sides seemed to relate to the personal circumstances of the applicant, which, as we all know, is not necessarily a material planning consideration. And I thought it was therefore a chance for this committee to strip out signal and noise. But even if so there's a catch-22 here, it seems to me. On the one hand, this is considered as isolated development in the countryside. On the other hand, the applicant lives close enough to get there relatively easily. So those things seem to be in conflict. And I also thought that the committee should have a chance to consider this against the policies outlined in the report's list of relevant policies, but also against Dev 15, which isn't in that list, and I think probably should be. This is a local business, and I fully take Charlotte's comments about sort of that slightly different considerations might apply to a business as it gets established as to a business once established, but businesses needs change. And I think that there is at least a case to consider for this being an essential need, given what we've heard from Mrs. Burden. So that's it, really. I think that there are issues here that that need a looking at. Sorry, I should mention for clarity that Dev 15 is mentioned in the report, just not in the list of relevant policies. So that was perhaps an oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Any questions for Councillor Rake? If not, thank you. We will now move on, as we've completed the speakers, to debate the application. Do I have anybody who wishes to commence that commentary? Councillor Hodgson.
I've got a lot of sympathy for people who want to live close to their place of business and or businesses that wish to have somebody on site. In the past, I mean, I know we shouldn't dwell on the past too much, but in the past, a lot of such arrangements provided a lot of people with somewhere to live. We have a real dire need for places for people to live, and you know there were many sort of night watch person roles and people who lived on site to just, even if we often had a station master or mistress with accommodation on site, and it was, I mean, I hear the point about lone working. I think we look at that and safeguarding much more strongly now, but nevertheless, I think it does actually help in some ways with safety and security in quieter places. But nevertheless, and often as often at these meetings, I'm very sympathetic to people who want to live in the countryside and you know because it's part of where they work. And I think in terms of sustainability, you haven't got to keep jumping in the car or you know potentially on your bike. You can just be there and just getting on with it, and it makes things a lot more relaxed, and you can just work, probably be more productive in a way. But I'm very torn on this one. I'm finding it really hard. And the main reason really is because I just think that what's being proposed will do harm. I think we've heard about the harm and the location here as having a potential for harm. And I am, to be frank, quite disappointed that the requirement from the last application to put something in, that, as while I hear what's been said by the members of the public, presumably the public are the ones who are sitting there outside having a coffee and wanting the view, as opposed to the people in the wider landscape who are standing and having to look at a building that was supposed to be somewhat softened into the landscape by having a hedgerow put along. And I think if that had happened, I think for me that might have made a bit of a difference. So while I hear what David says about material or otherwise, I think it's in terms of what's in the intention and the respect for the wider landscape from this actual building. And on that, equally, I look at what's being proposed as a temporary mobile home. Well, is that what's going to be there for the next 20 years? Possibly, if it's a 3-year starter and then just comes back and gets some more of an a long term or perhaps another development. But I do think there were opportunities to actually soften the impact of that, because sitting as it does away from the building, I understand why, but I think there was an opportunity to deliver that slightly differently, and I think that could have had much less visual impact in the wider landscape, and therefore again it could have been a softer and maybe a more sympathetic and therefore perhaps a bit more acceptable. And so, because I am torn, but at the same time I'm falling down on the side of, well, people have a choice and they can come back maybe with a better application which might improve things in terms of everybody's benefit, not just the business itself. I'm actually going to propose that we support the officer's recommendation of refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Do I have a seconder for that at this time? Do people wish to continue? Councillor Nix.
Yep, I'll second that proposal. Yeah.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to pass more comments? Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sympathetic to Councillor Hodgson when she says that it is a difficult one. With my business hat on, I completely understand and sympathise with the planning application and the reasons for it. I think, in terms of security for the business and for the security of the site, having somebody there for the operation of the business, etc. I think, if I was in their position, I'd probably be asking for exactly the same thing. But with my planning hat on, it is undeniable that it doesn't, excuse me, demonstrate an essential need for a rural worker, although the challenges to this particular site have already been mentioned. And there are other things that could be put in place to mitigate those particular challenges that wouldn't require this sort of development. And I'm also concerned again for the sort of the harm that has been mentioned in the officer's report. So I would have to say it is with a heavy heart that I would have to go along with Councillor Hodgson's proposal and refuse it on this occasion.
Thank you, Councillor Oram. Councillor Pannell.
Yeah, as I expressed in the question, my concern is that this obviously not intended to be temporary, really, that they'll eventually come in an application to extend the life of the dwelling or to construct a more permanent one. And I think there is a danger that we could see this happen to every farm shop we approve. So I think we need to, I know it's not setting a precedent, but we do need to think about our policy in this area. And I think we need to find that there's a clearly defined need, and our officers don't think there is this need established in this case. Therefore, I'll support refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Pannell. Any further comments on the application? If not, we have a proposer and seconder to support the officer's recommendation of refusal. I will take that to the vote now. Can I have a show of hands, please, for refusal? Those against? Abstentions? That's 7 for refusal, 2 abstentions. Therefore, that application is refused. And can I thank all those who took part today for their presentations, and Ms. Ermson as well for your contributions, and the officers as well. Thank you. We will have a very short break while we change over officers for the presentation for the last application. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We return to deal with agenda item 6F, which is 376124 VAR, barn adjacent to Robin's Nest, Dipford. The case officer is Adrian Noon. Mr. Noon, if you can take it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application, it's when we described the site as barn adjacent to, that was how it was described when the original application was made. The barn that was there has since been demolished because this is an application to vary a previous permission which agreed to the demolition of that barn and the erection of a house. This application seeks for amendments to the approved plans, principally that is the raising of the ridge on the main part of the house to facilitate the installation of solar panels at a better angle, and also so that the slate covering that has been approved works better. The pitch rises from 25 degrees, which is quite flat, to 30 degrees. Eaves stay where they are, the ridge goes up. So that's the essence of the proposal and why they've made it. So there is the site. There's cross farmhouse to the sort of west of the site. A couple of, I think, were probably previous outbuildings to that farmyard, Mow Cottage and Robin's Nest. And then the barn was attached to the southern end of Robin's Nest, and the site is sort of indicated in yellow there. Just to give us an idea where we are, we're off that sort of little, off just to the west, the east side of the village. The site edged in red there. It's all, when Google went over, the site obviously had already been implemented. Zooming in a bit closer, you can see the footprint of the house that has been approved. So it's a sort of T-shaped house with the top of the T running sort of north, south, east, northwest along the back of the site, and then the main body of the house running sort of northeast, southwest across the site. They're just skewed slightly, just with the north slightly off a little bit there. You can see that T-shaped form of the house as approved. That does not change as part of this application. The design doesn't change. It is just simply that the ridge steps up to reflect the increase in height. So everything, all the relationship distances between the properties, they all remain as previously approved. This shows you quite helpfully, edged in orange, the parts of the roof that go up. So it's the main bit that runs sort of essentially east-west across the site, and then the little rear addition to the south goes up as well, both for the same reason, that to increase the pitch to get those solar panels on. Here we have these, so the elevations proposed and as previously approved at the bottom. So this is the west side. So this gable end that you can sort of see, if the cursor moves, in the middle of the house here, that's the bit that is nearest to the property cross farmhouse. So that's what they would be looking at. The window arrangement doesn't change, the eaves height doesn't change, the materials don't change. The ridge goes up from a height of previously 59.1 metres above Ordnance datum to 59.6, so 50 centimetres higher is the ridge. South elevation, so to the rear, so it's the little addition on the right hand side, that ridge goes up as well. As you can see, the gable at the bottom there is slightly flatter pitch at 25 degrees. I think in pure design terms, the sharper pitch does look better. The consequence of that is that the ridge goes up slightly. And you can see there's the solar panels on the main south facing elevation. North elevation, this is what you would see from the road looking into the site. So it's from here. I suspect this is probably where it is viewed. The change would be seen in public views. So the little bit on the left-hand side, that already had a 30-degree roof pitch on it, and no solar panels on it anyway. So that is unchanged. So that ridge line running across the view there, that is 50 centimetres higher now. Just to give you an idea of internally what has been approved. So it's a substantial property, sort of traditional layout, the sort of main accommodation downstairs, bedrooms upstairs, and a garage there on the north side, and then upstairs We've got 4 bedrooms and some sort of, they're saying gym or storage in the roof space above the garage, but it's essentially storage space, I suspect. And then the one window at first floor level that looks towards the neighbours is obscurely glazed. That's this one just over here. The cursor will move there, just there. That window is obscurely glazed to that ensuite. So, courtesy of Google Street View from 2011, the barn is still there. Is obviously there at that point. This is before the permission was granted. As you can see, it's a sort of modern barn attached at the far end there. There, just give you a slightly different angle. A little bit later, it still hasn't been demolished at this stage. 2022. There you go. Just sort of, just give you the sort of the idea of what was there previously. By 24, it's been demolished, and things have started on site. And this is my site visit very recently. The building is up to eaves level. Work has stopped at this point because they now need to know, do they order in the roof trusses at 25 degrees or 30 degrees? So they have stopped. They're not proceeding any further, and they're waiting the outcome of today's decision. They obviously have the fallback position of what was previously approved. Just a little bit closer there. So you can see the little bit that sort of sits up against Robin's Nest there on the left, and that's the garage. That's obviously the roof's on that one because that is unchanged. There you go, a bit more there, details there, and then you can see there just sort of that relationship there. Sort of, the higher part of the building is kept away from Robin's Nest, and we sort of, similar, a little bit lower than Robin's Nest there with the garage. So in terms of the key issues, we've granted permission for a house here twice. I think we've accepted that the principle of development of a house on this site has been agreed. We don't see any justification to revisit that. In terms of the visual impacts, that's one of the key concerns here. It is identical below eaves level. It's identical to the previously approved house. And then the change is the increase in ridge height, which I think is at the little bit at the rear. It's 400 mil higher on the little southern little addition on the south side, 500 millimeters higher on the main roof. Though obviously that's at eaves level there's no change. As you go up the roof slope, you would get a sort of increasing effect. So the ridge is the most noticeable point. In terms of the impact on the neighbours, principally this is to the cross farm. Firstly, we know no windows additional windows are proposed. The one that faces that way would still be obscurely glazed. The increase in height of the ridge, given the distances and the separations and the angles, is not considered objectionable, given its relationship. That is, I think we are looking at sort of a good 20 metres plus to the back of the house. This is facing sort of at the neighbour's garden. The house is at an oblique angle over there. So just there are some figures in my report that just tell you the distances there. So I think we are looking at a good sort of 10 plus 10, 15 metres, I believe, off this gable end to the boundary. At that distance, the increase in height, I don't think would be objectionable. And in terms of, the rear, the outlook from the rear of this property here, given the angles and given that we're pushing 20 metres away, I don't think that extra 500 mil on top would be objectionable. I do hear the concerns that have been raised by the residents there, but I don't think in this instance they could be supported, and therefore recommendation is of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. Members, any questions on the report? Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. I might have missed it, so apologies if I did, but the proposed new height of the apex of that roof, how does that compare to the two dwellings immediately adjacent to it? How much taller is it going to be?
It's on here. So it's about 2 metres for 57.7 for Robin's Nest, and we're just 59.6, so that's 1.9 metres higher. And there's also, you can see the ground levels are stepping up here. So the overall height of the building goes up to, I think, 7.5 metres. If it were built off the same level as Robin's Nest there, what are we looking at there? I think that the height difference is probably less than a metre. It's because on the previous application, the height went up from we approved a previous variation of plans. That increased the height of the building compared to the original approval, in part because they recycled a lot of material from the demolition of the barn on site to create the platform to build the new house on, and that put a bit of extra height in it. Overall, the height of this building, if it were built off the same levels, it's comparable to the surrounding houses in terms of its height. It just starts from about 2 metres higher ground level.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you. 2 questions, if I may, Chair. The first is sort of relates to Councillor Orham's question, and that is, how do you have a rough idea of the pitches of the roofs of the neighbouring properties? Would there be a kind of coherence argument in favour of remaining at 25%? 25 degrees?
I don't think so. I think you can see there that the gable there, the Wrigley Tin one there. I suspect. I mean, that looks sharp. Looks to me to be sharper than 25 degrees, and I think that I'm pretty sure the main house there, it's hipped roof. They're always a bit harder to judge, but I think in this part of the world, that sort of historically flat roof, lower pitches would have been avoided the weight of snow, which isn't a worry these days anymore, apparently. But I think generally speaking, there would be sharper pitches on the traditional properties than 25 degrees. That's quite a low pitch.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is just to make sure I've got this right, the sole justification or sole kind of reason for this is so that solar panels can be put on the roof, or that they won't work most efficiently?
I think it's 2 things possibly going on here. One, which I think may have as much weight, is the slates. I've always understood that slate is difficult to lay below a certain pitch, and you struggle to get your warranties on it. So that is one angle that is being referred to. The other is the optimum. It's closer to the optimum for solar panels. I've always been told that about slates and low pitches, that they don't tend not to work very well below a certain pitch. Solar panels, couldn't tell you. I have no reason to doubt what they're saying. It makes sense if they're angled towards the sun at just the right angle.
Thank you, Councillor Pannell.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. We've heard the ground's been built up and that there's already been a variation to the height. Can you confirm for me the total increase in height with this proposal over what was originally approved?
I believe it's of the metre and a half, order of a metre and a half. I just need to quickly. I believe. Let's have a look there. Sorry, I've just realised where it is. If I just go back to there. Right, sorry, I'm a fool. It's in front of us. On the bottom drawing, 58.4 above our ordnance datum. You can see there's a little dotted line on the bottom roof through there, and that's the height of the original house there. So 58.4, and we're now up to 59.6. So 1.2.
Okay, thank you. So that's the increase over what was originally approved. And we've heard about the slates not being effectively to hang at 25 degrees. Can you explain, therefore, why we agreed that why we agreed with that if we don't feel it's a very effective way of doing it?
We weren't asked to consider the angle previously. It was something that was proposed. To give the developer the benefit, I think it's one of those things that comes out as you progress through a project. Not everything that is shown on the first approval works, and which is why we see these Section 73 applications. But it's certainly something I think we would be alive to in the future, having seen this happen here.
Councillor Hodgson?
Yeah, my question was relatively similar. My first question is, can we go back to the picture of when the old barn was still in situ?
Wait.
That one, yeah. So is that the old barn? Yeah. No, actually, we've got another picture of that, actually, that's slightly better. Yeah, that one. So what's the difference in height between that ridge on the old barn and the new one? Sorry if I've just missed that. How much more has it gone up?
I believe I would need to dig out the right drawing,
Give or take.
but the original approval, 50...
No. The original barn that's there at the moment, which we can see the old barn, so we get a real sense of it. How much higher is the new ridge?
I think that'll be about 1.2. Because
that's the 1.2.
Would be, because I think the very first scheme was designed to put its ridge at the same height as the barn.
Okay, so that was what the line was on that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Rake?
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on Councillor Pannell's question, and my own perhaps, slates don't work below a certain angle, and yet some of the roofs are staying at 25 degrees and are roofed with slate, or
apologies, everything is now at 30 degrees because this is the top there on the left-hand side. That's the garage that sticks out towards Robin's Nest. That was originally at 30 degrees and is still at 30 degrees.
Gotcha, thank you.
Members, any further questions? If not, we will now move on to the speakers, and we have Chris Carroll, objector. Have your 3 minutes once you've settled.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today on behalf of my wife and I, who live at Cross Farm, Sue and Steve Hemmings of Moor Cottage, and Graham and Sophie Taylor of Robin's Nest. We all live adjacent to the new barn site. In 2023, we all accepted the decision of this committee meeting when you approved the amended design for the barn. And although its subsequent construction has since lived up to our previous concerns around scale and dominance, we had come to terms with it. Disappointingly and somewhat surprisingly, we now find ourselves back here, because the applicant would like to further increase the height of the main dwelling by upwards of 0.5 metre, making it visibly higher than Moor Cottage as well as higher than the original barn on the site. The applicant has advised that this is driven by a desire to save money as well as increase solar efficiency. It seems it is more cost effective for the applicant to increase the roof pitch. Whilst we naturally sympathise with the applicant and understand the importance of cost management, the 2023 planning report related to the current plans made it very clear that height was a concern. In fact, the planning officer at the time noted this specifically in their findings. They stated that although they found the height appropriate, this was because the garage element was to match the ridge height of Robin's Nest, providing a transition, and importantly, the main dwelling's ridge height aligned with existing structures, i.e. broadly the same as Moor Cottage and the original barn on the site. This new proposed ridge height no longer aligns with these findings. It is reasonable, therefore, to assume that the new height would not have been approved if it had been requested as part of the original application. With regards to the solar issue, we're somewhat amazed about this. The applicant himself presented to this committee in 2023 and said his plans have been designed to make the best use of solar panel aspect and orientation. In fact, it was cited as the key design feature. So it seems odd that such a fundamental mistake has been made. Given the rise in pitch height will only marginally improve efficiency of the solar panels by a few percent, we consider that this variation request ultimately boils down to the desire to reduce costs. It is our opinion that the change in the appropriateness of height with regards to neighbouring properties, as well as the impact on the village setting, simply cannot and should not be justified by cost or convenience to the applicant. We strongly urge the council to refuse this application. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Excellent timekeeping. Members, any questions of Mr. Carroll? Councillor Carson.
Can you just let me know why raising the roof height would reduce cost?
I think that's more a question for the applicant rather than Mr. Carroll is an objector and understands that, unless you wish to clarify that.
There was an element of that cited briefly in the application from the applicant. But yeah, I'd agree. I'd leave that to the applicant to expand.
Okay, thank you. It's just that you mentioned it a couple of times, so I just wondered if there's some reasoning.
Any other questions of Mr. Carroll? If not, thank you. We now move on to the supporter, James Bell. Your 3 minutes once you're settled.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name's James and we've lived in the village in the centre for about 10 years. And this is our self-built house that we're trying to build. Yeah, so I think, sorry, will we put my presentation up? Just realised. Is there the first page, the introduction? Oh. Okay, I've got a, I think it's about 3 pages missing. Okay, I did send the full slide deck. How do we deal with that? I think that's page 3, 4 you've got there. I had 5.
We just seek some clarification on that.
That's not my slide either.
You're going to show them? Right, yes. Adrian, Amelia, have you got the slides? But Amelia.
I can put up what I was sent, but it is what is on the screen.
Right, Amelia's found. Is it what's on the screen?
Is there for the objector? They're supporting the objectors. There's the objector slides.
Yes.
Right, hang on, let me get my, I was all set up then, so I don't, the timer, right. Okay, yes, so as I was saying, yeah, I'm James. We've started doing this self-build in Dipford. We've lived in the centre for 10 years, so we're looking to move to this one. I do think it's a very minor change. It's only a small change to the roof angle, which we've seen 25 to 30 degrees, which I did measure. So it's about the height of my elbow to my fingers. And I don't think you'd notice the difference if you were standing on the ground, to be honest, because it is only the ridge. The eaves don't change, the windows don't change, the footprint doesn't change. So the question is, why are we going for 30 degrees? I think it is a better proportioned roof on reflection. And after getting all the roofing quotes, all the roofers say, why are you putting slates on at less than 30 degrees? I wouldn't put them on at less than 30 degrees in this area. It's quite exposed. So you imagine the flatter it is, the bigger the slates you've got to have, the higher overlap to stop the rain going under and the wind lifting it. So it is more robust. Also, 30 degrees is better for solar panels. And overall, because it's better for solar panels, because you use a lot less slate, it is a lower carbon footprint. And yes, it would be cheaper because you use less slate. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. Next slide. This is just to some examples of houses within about 100 metres which clearly have 30 degree or more roof pitches. So it is quite normal for the area. And you can see there's the garage there on the bottom right, which has already been built with 30 degrees as well. Next slide, please. This was just a point to say the house is on rising ground, which was mentioned before. So you would expect it naturally to have a higher ridge than its neighbours. You just, as it goes up on the ground, that's what would happen. And also, just this was pointing out that to the east there, circled in red, you can see that it is built in the side of a hill. It does slope up a lot behind the house. And there are no houses behind, it's just a field. So I don't think it would affect anyone. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of what we built. You can see it's been cut into the ground there, and the top of the fence just shows that the house doesn't stick out really. It's right in the hill. Next slide. Just some key points. The design is fine. The principle of dwelling is already there. The visual impact, it won't have an adverse impact, and the neighbour amenity is not considered to affect the neighbours. I don't see how it would. It's quite a long way away. I don't think you'd notice that little bit right at the top of the ridge.
Mr. Bell, your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Mr. Bell? Councillor Hodgson.
Have you had an assessment done as to how much more solar power your panels will produce at 30 degrees compared to, what is it, 25 degrees at the moment?
No, I haven't specifically. I've looked up and got quotes again from solar panel companies, and they actually tell me that the optimum for the UK is 35 to 45. And I was actually considering the neighbours, thinking if I try and go 35, maybe that is too much. But you know, this seemed like a good in between ground that it clearly will be better. And also, it's not just the efficiency; it's the higher the roof pitch for the panels, the better they self-clean, rather than just sort of getting more and more dirt on and algae. So they work more efficiently as well. But I don't have a specific number, right?
Members, any other questions, Mr. Bell? If not, thank you very much. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Councillor Sue Franklin, Dipford Parish Council. Your 3 minutes once you're ready to start.
Councillors will be aware that there have been 9 objections submitted to Council on behalf of neighbours to this property, in addition to the objection of the Parish Council. On behalf of the Parish Council, I urge this meeting to refuse this application for the following reasons. The application is for an increase in the height and change of pitch of the roof of this barn conversion, which according to the applicant is a small alteration to the existing approved plans. Contrary to his assertions, the change in pitch does in fact affect the previously approved design. All councillors should be aware that the prior approval noted that the height was appropriate to Mow Cottage and the old barn. So this new application essentially means that the previous planning officer's report is no longer valid. The key principle was always that the height had to align. It seems very clear that this request is driven by cost rather than anything else. And whilst we sympathise with the applicant that now he's realised he could do it more cost effectively with a higher pitch, it's wholly and unreasonably to expect the neighbouring properties to take the burden of this. I submit that it is totally unnecessary to increase the height and pitch of the roof to improve the efficiency of the applicant's solar panels to the detriment of neighbouring properties. The barn, by virtue of its elevated position within the context of the village centre, already has a huge impact in terms of its intrusive size within the natural landscape and over-dominance of the neighbouring traditional buildings in the location. The applicant has a complete disregard for the scale and character of the surroundings, and despite previous assurances that would be no windows overlooking the property cross farm to its west, there has already been minor changes to the plan which now incorporate windows which do just that. I would assert that that alone violates the peaceful enjoyment of the property cross farm. This further amendment to the height and pitch of the roof further exacerbates the problems for the neighbours, and I suspect that it is extremely unlikely that this height would have got through in the original plans. The Parish Council's objection quoted that the property is already vastly disproportionate to the neighbouring properties. As Chair of the Parish Council, I am passionate about maintaining the integrity and beauty of our village. This apparently minor change to the agreed plans, being right in the centre of the village and already very intrusive visually, drives a coach and horses through the principles of the natural landscape, and I urge Council to refuse this application. Thank you.
Councillor Franklin, thank you very much. Members, any questions? Councillor Nix.
Yes, thank you for that.
Can you speak up a bit because I'm deaf?
Sorry, I've got a frog. Thank you very much for that. I just want to confirm with our planning officer actually that you said earlier that there were no changes to the windows, but you've just said there are. So I just want to confirm which is correct.
No, this is the elevation that is facing the neighbouring property at Cross Farm. Those windows, top and bottom drawings are, to my mind, identical. There is one window that is omitted, and oops, hold on. The other way. There you go. No, sorry. Oh, where's it? North, south, west. It's on the east elevation, which I haven't got there, but there were 3 roof lights on the east elevation. There's now only 2. That's looking out to the rising land behind. That's the only change, is the omission of 1 roof light on the east elevation.
So just to confirm, no additional demonstration? No. Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, did Ditford Parish Council declare a climate emergency?
Pardon?
Did Ditford Parish Council declare a climate emergency? A lot of other parish councils have done so. I'm just wondering whether your parish council has.
I don't believe that we have.
Okay, thank you.
However, we are fully aware of climate emergency, but we've been more concerned with keeping our playing field safe at the moment.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? If not, thank you, Councillor Franklin. Appreciate it. We'll now move on to the ward member, councillor panel.
Thank you, Chairman. I've only got a few comments to make as ward member. I've obviously got other things I might well say during the debate as a member of the DM committee. I rarely bring things to committee, but clearly there's strong feelings in the village over this application. The residents have accepted that they lost the fight against the original proposals and have accepted that. And so we're focusing now just on the one issue, which is the ridge height. And I think that the general feeling from the opponents is that this is an example of sort of planning creep, a gradual erosion of what was approved. We've heard that various changes have actually added 1.2 metres to the original height as approved. Residents clearly feel very strongly about this and the impact this has on neighbouring buildings, and perhaps we need to take their views into account when we debate it.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Any questions of Councillor Powell? Thank you. If not, that concludes the presentations and we'll move into the debate. Does anybody wish to open the debate with any comments? Councillor Hodgson.
I've got solar panels on my small holding, and the angle of is about, it's very low because it's just literally a shed roof, probably about 20 degrees. We don't get any power between the middle of November to the middle of February, give or take. Hardly any comes at all, and we don't really use it for very much anyway, but nevertheless it is quite significant, that very low. And that's because in the winter your optimum is 45, potentially you wouldn't go higher than 47% of degrees, but 45 is your winter optimum. In the summer, your summer, the minimum really you should is about 35. At 30, you're losing quite a lot because of just the angle at which the sun comes in. So I think actually that it's not just a few percent that's going to be gained here in terms of producing solar energy for this property. It's probably quite significant actually, and it's, you know, you could just put extra panels on or something like that. But given what we're looking at in terms of the climate emergency, houses that are you know, homes or any buildings that are being invested in to actually produce solar power rather than putting more pressure on the grid, which is already struggling, I think it needs to be taken quite seriously. We have declared a climate emergency. A lot of parishes have, and towns have, and I think it's something that when it comes on this, it's actually quite valid. And also in terms of when you are producing a lot of solar, which obviously this is also the design for the building, it does actually help to have that higher height in the roofs. I mean, I remember when there was a debate some months ago, I think, when Pat was here, and he agreed that we do need to take that into account, because otherwise buildings can actually get overheated, particularly in the summer when you've got like the benefit of, you know, that passive solar coming through your windows, and you need that ventilation to be part of it. In terms of slates, one of the reasons, I mean, it's quite right about the angle of slates. Slates, actually, if you've got them too sort of shallow an angle, you can get some capillary action of the water being drawn up. So you do have to do quite a lot more overlap. Like others have said, I'm surprised this wasn't recognised actually even by the actual applicant in the first place through their planning. I mean, whoever did the planning for them should have pointed that out, as they should have done about the solar panels. So it is disappointing it's come back as a variation. But if it had come in the first instance to this committee with those kind of justifications at the time, I suppose probably, to be honest, I've been looking at the elevations and it's quite a high building. I would at the time would have suggested that we brought it down a little bit and maybe lost a little bit of the space upstairs to just bring those eaves down to achieve that higher, that great increased height that we're going to get because of the angle. I'm not sure if they've actually built to eaves at the moment, but I wonder if that's a consideration, that they just take a bit off the height of the walls and just like lose that little bit around the edge, which I think it's not too much when you've got quite a good angle on the roof, because they've got quite a high wall upstairs. So I would imagine they wouldn't lose an awful lot of, you know, height in the rooms upstairs if they were to reduce these. And I don't know if that's an opportunity to put condition at this stage.
Councillor Hodgson, I doubt whether it is, because this is a variation anyway.
Yeah, I think we need to look at it sort of on the basis of what we've got in front of us today, as opposed to alternative ways of achieving things, I'm afraid. It's something that did go through my mind, but I sort of came back to the point of what's the harm of it as it is.
Okay, so. Thank you.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. So I have solar panels too, and they're on a rocker system, and the recommended pitches do vary from 60 degrees from the 1st of October to the 7th of March, and then drop down to 17 degrees over the summer, so they're lying virtually flat. So, I mean, it's never optimum, but all year round if you're just mounting them to a fixed roof. But it should be noted that the vast bulk of my generation, even with that variable pitch, comes during the summer months. So I find this unfortunate, this application. I think that I'm tending to agree with Councillor Pannell that it does feel like creep, like a Trojan horse. And I mean, although we obviously have to consider the application that is before us, I perhaps should have asked the applicant when he was sat there, but presumably he could have come and with an application for a change in the roofing material to one more suitable to this shallower pitch. He could have come, as Councillor Hodgson said, with a lowering of the eave. So there are alternatives by which some of the benefits that this application is purported to give could have been achieved, and I have to confess I'm not convinced by it. I'm not convinced that the benefits actually outweigh the harms on this one. I mean, I accept, also recognise rather, that the roof in question is tucked away at the back of a courtyard, but it does have close neighbours. So yeah, I'm struggling, but so far I'm not convinced that we should be supporting this, and therefore supporting the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. Adrian, if you can help me understand this. The original planning application came in March 2019 for a particular specification on the roof. And then we had a S73 come in for an amendment to that. And now we're here again in 2025 asking for another amendment to this roof. Right. So am I expecting to see this proposal here again in 2030? I'm sympathetic to what Councillor Raker said, and instead of making vast changes to the roof again, which is a concern of the community, as we've already heard, why can't there be a different material used in order to make those cuts to costs, if that's the aim? So yeah, I'm not persuaded by what I've seen here today that this is worth my vote for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Oram. Any other comments on this, Councillor Pannell? One of the things, before Councillor Pannell, one of the things that's drawn to my attention is looking at the, when dealing with this, is the harm. Nobody's addressed and looked at the extent or the level of harm of this proposal before us, and I would have expected to have seen or heard something, because that does come into sort of material planning consideration. But Councillor Pannell.
Yeah, I can say the neighbours do feel that this is an over-dominant building. And if we look at the permission granted in 2023, the officer's report said the scale is acceptable, albeit it is at or close to the limit of what could be considered acceptable within the AONB and at the edge of the village in relation to the scale of the neighbouring dwellings. Sorry. I think I need a drink. the original objections from the neighbours were, and the parish council 2 years ago were on about the scale and mass of the building, and as we've heard, they are now feeling that this is adding more mass to the building by raising the ridge height. So I think it's implicit in what they've said that is the harm they feel they're suffering. I think we've heard from the other members that there are concerns about the changes, and I think a total change of 1.2 metres in the height from what was originally proposed and approved is quite significant. So I'm happy to propose refusal, which goes against the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Councillor Oram?
Just to support Councillor Panel, and I will second said proposal.
Thank you. Any other comments from members? The officers like to come back at any point.
So I just want to establish, you're suggesting that the harm is that the building is over dominant. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay. So we probably need to establish which policy that relates to in terms of the harm.
Unfortunately, it's got. I've been in this situation before. It's got to be your description, your decision.
No, they haven't said that. So my computer's just died as well, so I can't even look for you. Yes, but thank you. That's very kind. I think it's Dev 1. I think it might be Dev 1.
Right.
Just to confirm, it is obviously important that you have the right policies as you're proposing a refusal of this.
Dev 1 is protecting health and amenity, ensuring that the new development provides a satisfactory daylight, sunlight outlook, privacy and protection from noise disturbance for existing residents. So that's Dev 1, but Dev 20 I think somebody has mentioned.
I think we need to clarify from your perspective the harm from the over-dominant. Is that a harm might face on neighbour amenity, or it is on? Sorry.
I've just turned it back on while you were
having discussion. Is it harm on the basis of neighbour amenity, or is it harm in terms of the landscape impact? Because that will determine the policy.
I think there's elements of both there. I think there's harm to the neighbours, and I think there's harm, as we heard from the parish council, to the general landscape of the village.
If I may, Chair, and to assist Councillor Panel, Dev 20.2 or Para 2, having proper regard to the pattern of local development and the wider development context and surroundings in terms of style, local distinctiveness, siting layout, orientation, visual impact, views, scale, massing, height, density, materials, detailing historic value, etc., etc. So I think I would definitely add that one in.
I concur.
So
two. So 20.2, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Chairman, so what we're saying is that the development proposals, by reason of that difference, fail to meet good standards of design and therefore fail to positively contribute to the townscape and landscape, protect and improve the quality of the built environment for the reason that you say that the scale and massing causes harm to.
Adrian, so
yeah. I think really it's just a question of just sort of teasing out what is the area of concern for members here. Is having gone through this report and written it up and been spoken to by lots of people about it. It seems to me there are three areas of concern that have been aired. It's the relationship and possibly over-dominant relationship to the detriment of the living conditions of the adjoining property, given the separation. There is the visual impact of the increase in height of the roof. I think the design is not something I've heard a lot of debate about, and it is basically the same design as previously. It's the ridge is higher, so I'm not hearing concern. I haven't heard concerns about the design. I've heard concerns about the height of the roof.
Except that the increase in height adds to the massing of the...
And with the attendant increase in mass that comes with the increased height of the roof. Because that is the only change here. I think it'd be hard to... Yeah.
I don't think anybody's asking us to go back on the principle of the building there.
I get that.
Yeah. Are we content with those reasons?
I think you've... I think you've identified, why you disagree with the officer recommendation in terms of the harm that you feel is being caused, and I think policy Dev 20.2 is probably, although not all of it, is relevant.
Are we in local streets in all land, national land impact?
They haven't said that though, have they?
Okay, as proposed and seconded, those you happy that the reasons for refusal have been developed, and those are your reasons for refusal? Right, we have a proposer and a seconder with the reasons for refusal discussed. I'll take it to the vote. Can I have a show of hands, please, for those who are indicating refusal of this application? Can you, is that everybody sort of?
Three, isn't it?
Three.
Crystal, hands up, isn't it?
And show of hands for against refusal? And abstentions? So
2, 3, 4 refusal, 4 against refusal, and 2 abstentions.
So the vote there, the proposal for refusal was lost by 4 votes to 3.
You now want another proposal?
We now need another proposal for acceptance of the officer's recommendation of approval.
I would approve.
Yeah. You propose?
Yeah.
And seconded by Councillor Hodgson. Can I now have a show of hands, please, for approval? Those against? And abstentions?
That is 4 for approval, 3 against, and 2 abstentions.
So we have that is approved, the application is approved, 4 votes for approval, 3 against and 2 abstentions. So therefore that application is approved. Thank you, all those members who of the public who are involved in this, and the officer Adrian and others. Thank you, and members. And that concludes the business of the DM committee for today. Thank you all. Thank you.